Excellent. So, who wants to give us a brief recap?
Let's see. Codgod tried to suffocate everyone. Trig schmoozed with the nobles. There were windows that led to somewhere else, but not really.
Indeed.
Oh, and Trig tried to flirt with the doorman.
I did not try. Oh, the doorman, yes. The doorman, I was going to say.
No, I didn't. Oh, well, yes, I did.
Yeah.
And we gave a resounding performance.
We did very, very well on the
Best
performance.
yet.
Yes. Average of 31.
Every subsequent performance has so far been the best yet, which is a trend that I challenge you to maintain.
We still haven't gotten perfect natural 20s. There's still room for improvement.
And we can always improve our stats.
Yeah. We just get some groupies to increase the average.
Yep. Difficult actually. The more people you get rolling, the less likely you're going to keep on going up in your average. We're all pretty good on the old performance rolls. I think the lowest we've got is an Air +8. So
that's our lowest, is it?
Yeah, well, we are a party of bards, dude.
Yes.
Performance, persuasion, intimidation are all going to be about +8, +9, etc. For most of the characters, and then they're going to go, oh yeah, but I've also given him bardic inspiration. Have an extra D6, and that will increase as the levels increase as well. Bards are broken as shit. Yeah. So yes, with performance, we kicked ass.
As you say, the previous session concluded with the party having kicked ass in a performance, and then proceeded to have a particularly smarmy elf come up and give the most heartfelt speech that any member of the band has ever heard, to the point where he even managed to convince the other members of the band of the bullshit that he was spouting on their behalf.
I was convinced.
Well done, Coatrack.
Yes.
That was totally weird.
Beautiful.
So, as of right now, the party has come to a bit of a rest of sorts. The host has informed everybody that the auction will be starting shortly, but there will be time for people to recover from the festivities of the concert whilst things are set up and ready to go. They've also requested that the band members help in shifting their equipment off of the stage.
Well,
With
we're
that
not going to
said,
leave it behind.
Indeed. With that said, everybody else, all of the other guests, have all vacated the performance room. And they are all inside the main foyer, just kind of chatting around as they were before. Is there anything that anybody would like to do?
Yes.
Go on, you first.
Yeah, I just want to gather everyone round and say, so I took advantage of those unseen servants, and well, that's a surprise auction. I know what's in it now. And there's one item in particular I think we might want to try and get. And I want to show everyone the itinerary that I managed to get, Ginger. So do you want to post that somewhere where everyone can see it?
Why don't you put it in notes? Or...
Give me just a moment. I'm going to post into the D&D room the itinerary.
There we go.
Now, what is worth pointing out? These items that you see here There is no price associated with them because obviously this is an auction. The price could scale into the stratosphere for all you know. But there is also potentially effects of each item that the salespeople are not aware of.
The anti-lantern, is that like a spell of darkness in a localized area?
For all intents and purposes, yes.
So if you're in that darkness, you can't see out of it. Is that right?
Unless you have special things that state otherwise, yes.
Huh.
So this is the info that the auctioneers have. So you're saying there might be other properties on these that's not on this list.
Indeed.
Well, the one that's caught my eye, I don't know about you guys, is the sampling jog.
It seems very, very broken. If I stick liquid gold, say I get a couple of gold coins and melt them down and pour them into there, am I going to get a larger amount of liquid gold out of that?
Who knows?
Because you can kiss your economy goodbye in that case. That is I make many many fucking ingots of gold with the with a small lighter and tin foil, gold foil.
Hmm.
I imagine if it works that way, that accountants in Ginger's world literally delete money. It would be the only way to
No.
balance the economy.
There is a way to balance the economy, but that's for a later date.
Okay. But yeah, what do you guys reckon? Like, or do you think we should go after a different one from the list, or none at all?
Do what you like. Bobby is not going to be there for any of this, and so therefore can't really give too much the way of input. Because Donald Stoutman is going to be there instead, and he didn't know any of you guys.
That's fair.
Um,
Well, Motch, is there anything on this list you're interested in?
No.
that anti-lantern looks interesting. Imagine that anti-lantern when it's night, is a very effective way of hiding it.
Yeah.
Also a pretty good, Is it tough? Is it something that you could put on a piece of string and just sort of lob at things and then sort of drag it back to you?
Well, you don't know.
Many questions. We shall see. We shall see. Anyway, what I would like to do is, whilst you guys are going through that, is did you say that there is nobody else in that room with us at this point? And is there any other routes in or out of that of where we are?
There are other people in the room.
Okay.
And the only other route out of there is this door here. I'm sure if you can see that. I'm pretty sure you can.
No. Which door?
Yeah,
Where?
over here, Trig.
Up there. Right. Okay. Okay. Bobby is basically going to try and make himself indisposed. Needs the loo. He had a big lunch. He wants to lay some pipe. Whatever. He needs to be in a room where there is no one around. Ideally, if he can, he wants to get out of the party, go round the corner, disappear, and then 15 minutes later, be coming back as Donald in a different guise altogether. In fact, I think that's what we're going to go for, Bobby is going to make his excuses, wish everyone a good evening, but something's not quite right with his stomach, and I need to go outside and be a bit poorly. I'll be back later.
Righto. Well, if you relay this to the host, he will say, "Oh, that is a terrible shame. Be off as soon as you can. We don't intend to close down the the celebrations anytime soon. So be back as soon as you can."
Cool. So Bobby is going to, with his bag of tricks, etc., bugger off and exit stage left for a little bit. We'll keep his token up at the top right of the screen, just so he's there.
I have a question, Trig.
Go on.
Do you have an alternative piece of artwork that you would like to have as when you're in disguise?
I mean, I could use a different sort of thing at the bottom where my name is, because I was thinking something along the lines of where is it? No, not that. Hold on. Yes, I can. I can find something.
All right. Well, whilst you try and figure that out, describe to me how Bobby makes his re-entry within his disguised form.
Bobby is going to go and put on his disguise. His disguise is essentially a blue suit, white shirt, red tie, blonde wig, etc., etc. Think halfling Donald Trump.
And that's what I was picturing, yes.
Um,
And I'm guessing you just put that description into a AI art generator.
that is basically what I'm about to do. Yes.
So, whilst Trig sorts that, and whilst Bobby is indisposed, what does the rest of the party do whilst they're going about the area? I imagine it doesn't take too long for you to get all of your equipment tidied away.
No, it probably doesn't. I guess I will ask the unseen servants to retrieve me. What was that desert drink called again?
The desert drink was called Vapors of the Desert.
Yeah, I'll get a shot of that.
All right. You request a shot of Vapors of the Desert, and let me just roll a quick dice to determine whether or not they actually have any here. A few minutes go by, and you come to the conclusion that no, they probably don't have any.
Oh, well. Cardgot grumbles and then orders the finest whiskey they have instead.
Upon requesting their finest whiskey, an unseen servant does go away, and then about 30 seconds later, a bottle of a whiskey that is brewed in the mountains around Warrenheim is provided to you. It's a high quality whiskey.
Oh, no, I shall enjoy it. I raise the glass to Coat and Motch and say cheers. Ask if they want anything.
Good.
No, not really.
No,
Don't
no
know.
reason.
They don't know
was
how to
kinda-
enjoy a good drink.
Yeah, I was kind of just managing that thing. I don't really know what to do from here.
Well,
What about you, Reeves? You enjoy a good drink, don't you?
Well, I've certainly got the proportions to put away a bit more than some of you guys, but I don't think that makes me good at it.
Olga raises an eyebrow at that and says, "You challenge me to a drinking game, are you now?"
No. That is quite the opposite of what I said, actually.
He just rolls his eyes and sighs and decides to mingle with the crowd and encourages you to go mingle as well.
After a few moments, Coatrack, you
Yep.
see as the elven host, Guldethel, makes his way in your direction with a wide smile on his face. As you can tell, he's looking to engage you in conversation. As he approaches, he says, "Hello there. It's not often that I see someone of the elven variety around here. How did you find your way into this little band of yours?"
He looks very carefully at him for a second, and after a couple more tears, he says some stories are not the kind you share.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear about that. Is there anything that I can do to make the pain go away? Perhaps some good drink? Or
Yes,
are you
that'll
more
do.
of the smoking variety?
Sorry, the what variety?
Are you more of the smoking variety?
A drink will do.
I see. I will see about getting some nice wine brought over. We elves are terribly fond of that stuff.
Yes.
And he wanders away, and you suspect he's probably gone for at least the next minute or two.
Good. A minute or two of quiet.
Yeah. About a minute or two later, assuming you don't use anything with this time, perhaps hiding or anything to that effect, you see as he approaches you once more and says, "This wine here is admittedly not the one I was looking for, but is quite good. Are you familiar with the homeland?"
The homeland?
"Yes, Lador and Maya."
No.
"A terrible shame. You really should go and visit sometime. They'll always take someone of elven blood into their arms, even if it is muddied as you are. Although, I sense that there's a degree of drow in you. That's interesting. Are you... I'm going to hazard a guess that you're not familiar with the drow of Nador and Maya, are you?"
Not particularly.
"Well, I'm somewhat knowledgeable about them. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to engage you in conversation. You look as though you're a little bit lost as you make your way around this little soiree of ours."
I appreciate the offer. I may take you up on that sometime.
"All right. Well, just bear in mind, if you wait too long, then you may find that the party is over, and I somehow doubt that we'll cross paths once again after we're done here. Enjoy the wine, and once you've had enough, Simply present it to an unseen servant and they'll take it away.
Indeed.
With that, he wanders off and goes to engage another member of the party, speaking to specifically Dragan Hildebrand.
Right, I have a new avatar for Bobby, as requested.
Yes, I can see. It even comes with its own little logo in the bottom left,
I know, right?
and what appears to be 3 fingers and a thumb.
He's a halfling. He doesn't have room on his hands. His hands are small. He's only got room for 3 fingers.
We'll just assume that the 4th finger is expertly hidden behind the 3rd.
Yes. Or we'll call him Donny Three Fingers.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so I will just try and find a way of sticking that in.
Well, if it doesn't work, what we could do is simply have you put the image up on the screen of your stream, and then just simply pretend that that's the artwork that you're using, for the sake of simplicity. But all that being said, are you ready to go and engage the members of the party with your new persona?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I'm just going to yeah. So settings. Yeah. Okay. So Don is going to be wandering down the street, and has found his way to the door, and is now busy trying to schmooze his way past the bodyguards.
Right. Well, as you do make your way over to said bodyguards,
Mm-hmm.
you see as the pair of them look at you, and the female looks at you and says, "Oh, another halfling. I assume that you're here for the auction then, because the music's over."
Yeah, I'm here for the auction. Yep, absolutely. I'm looking to buy some stuff, to do a bit of wheeling and dealing, trading. You know me. Where there's a deal, you'll find the Don. Or
Well,
the
as a
Donald.
matter of fact, I don't know you, so if you'll wait right here with my friend, I'm just going to go in and make sure that you're expected.
Donald Stoutman passes him his business card. It has a big gold S on one side of the card, and the Donald on the other side, and some various other details about being business owner and very landholder, etc., billionaire, and future ruler of the Shire.
Right. Well, she takes the card and she says, "All right, crowd, keep an eye on him whilst I go and check things out with the owners." And the Dragonborn looks at you and just gives a toothy grin and redoubles his grip on the axe.
Mighty fine axe you got there.
Yep, that it is.
I don't suppose you need to use it very often around here, but I'm glad to see people. Glad to see you're exercising your rights to bear arms.
He looks a little bit unsure about that, taken aback by your apparent unfazedness at him being obviously threatening. Yes, I do bear it.
Yeah, do you find it adds to your aggressive demeanor? I see you're trying to be threatening there. I must say it's very effective, very effective. Don't know if the axe actually adds anything to it. The teeth and the scales do a very good job. Might I ask, are you for hire? Would you like some employment? I found myself recently well, all my bodyguards got kind of accosted and killed in a recent engagement outside the city. Um, quite terrible, really. It's waylaid my baggage and everything else. But always looking to hire new bodyguards.
You lost your previous set of bodyguards.
Yeah, it was terrible thing. Uh, Heading down from Metalburn down to this way, and yeah, we were on the other side of the lake, and yeah, bandits attacked, and well, frankly, the my bodyguards just weren't up to it. But I managed to get away with some of myself and some of my possessions. But unfortunately, my baggage train's been waylaid a little bit. But you know how these things are. Sorry, Donald's the name. I didn't catch your name.
Crad.
Crad. Just Crad. No surname. No nothing like that. Simple.
No surname needed.
Simple, straightforward, aggressive. I like it. Crad. Donald and Crad are going to be firm friends, I can see, and I hold out a very tiny hand towards his knee.
He doesn't take it, but at that moment, the door opens again as the other bodyguard makes his way out and says, "Yeah, I asked around. Turns out that he's not on the guest list, but there's a few people that are talking about him. So looks like there's some there's some reason for him to be here. I'm gonna let him in."
Thank you very much.
And yeah, she opens the door for you and
Now,
gestures as
Is this door a
Oh.
double door or a single door?
this is a double door.
It's a double door, and in that case, I'm going to open both doors and stand in the middle as both doors swing open, so I'm framed in the doorway for just a few seconds, not to make it look like I've done it on purpose, but to definitely make as much of an entrance as a 3-foot high halfling can do. I'm going to look around the room
Excellent.
and grin and walk in. For the first
Very
person
good,
I
very
meet
good.
and go, "Hi, the Donald. How are you?"
Well, as a matter of fact, the first person that you meet is Molly, the young daughter of the Cranleys, as she has apparently made her way towards this area in order to greet what is apparently a late guest, and says, "Hello, you're the Donald, you said?"
Yes, Donald Stoutman's the name. Finest beers and businesses in the Shire. Out on travelling around and heard tell that this was the place to be for a fine evening of wine and song and some sort of auction, I hear.
You get the impression that as you're saying this, she's regarding you with a hint of suspicion. Roll me a deception check.
A deception check. Give me a second. I'll reopen the thing because it's being slow.
Hmm.
Yep, it's being really slow. Why?
Shall I roll on your behalf?
I don't know if you can see what's happened as I'm bringing up my character sheet and it's just being, I am white. I am white and have no.
Just refresh. Roll 20.
There we go. Okay, that may be.
Huh.
Here we go. Yeah, we've got it now. I had to a deception check, you say?
Yes, a deception check. she's looking at you with a degree of visible skepticism as you lay on this backstory.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've rolled it. I don't suppose I have
Right.
advantage. If I have advantage, that'd be really nice. But I'm not expecting it.
No, you don't, unfortunately. But you do get the impression that she suspects that there's something being hidden from her, but she doesn't have any reason to suspect you sufficiently to tell you to go away. And as a result, she gestures to the rest of the room and says, well, the auction doesn't start for at least another 10-15 minutes, so feel free to introduce yourself. Before you do, though, I just have to ask, how did you hear about this party?
You know how it is. Word gets around. I was traveling around and I heard tell of a group of bards that were singing here, that were from my home country, my hometown, and I thought I would, and I just asked a little around there about, yeah, they apparently were to be playing here this evening, and I thought I would find my way
see.
here.
Well, apparently, one of the guests needs to explain themselves because this was supposed to be a secret event of sorts.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to barge in or anything. That's seeing as I'm here, though. You did say there was an auction.
Well, you seem to be well-to-do. If there are any issues, I will let you know. But until then, let me just point to a few people. That elven-looking fellow over there is the host of the party. That you can call him Gwildethel, and he's speaking to a human there called Dragon. He's from I don't actually know where he's from. He's a friend of my brother's.
A human
Uh,
called Dragon, eh? I wonder if there's a dragon out there somewhere called Human. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny if they met? That would be absolutely marvelous. Uh, sorry, levity. Dragon. I'll go and speak to Dragon. What does Dragon do?
Oh, he owns a well, he doesn't own. He's part of a wealthy family. Are you familiar with the Hildebrands?
Name rings a bell.
Roll
Name
me
rings a
a
bell.
history check.
Rolling a history check.
Well, in addition to the information that you received from the previous session, you learn that not only are the Hildebrands known for operating a variety of mines, one of which is a silver mine that operates out of an area just south of Varpak City. You are able to recall a fun little factoid that apparently the heir to their enterprise disappeared about a year ago and has not been seen since, except for on one occasion where he was found running away from authorities over in Melbourne.
Okay, interesting. Know how that feels. Fantastic. And Molly, wasn't it, Molly? So, anybody else around here that's interesting? And obviously the dragon there, but I'm assuming the rest of them are in the room, and I'm obviously going to be looking for some sort of introduction to the chap I was previously talking to as Bobby. In other words, oh God, what was his name? His
name was
was
Svato.
Yes, it was Svato. I'm not looking specifically for Svato, but I am, of course, looking specifically for Svato.
Over there you can see there's a pair of dwarves having a conversation. One of them is a lord of Donheim, And that other one is, well, I know that his name is Colin Talmac, but I don't actually know of his of precisely how he gained access to here. I asked my father, and he says that they're old acquaintances. So I'm afraid I can't give you much information on them. The tall, slender, fairy cat person over there. Her name is Sorkatani. She's from the continent of Akavir.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yes. And I didn't mention. The dwarven lord of Donheim, his name is Throtomi. And besides that, you see there's myself, Molly. That one over there is Tom. He's my brother. And the older looking gentleman enjoying a glass of wine there. He is my father, Fredrickson. If you talk to anybody around here, just make sure to be on your best behavior.
Of course. Of course.
Oh, also, there's a few other individuals elsewhere right now. They're well, you see the dwarf over there in the leather-looking equipment. He's one of the members of the band that you mentioned. His name escapes me. There's another half elf with greyish skin. He is his name was Essig. And
Okay.
there were two others. I hear that the one of the two others, one of them was fell ill and had to make a quick run, but the other one is still in the area, and the last band member is a human. Reeves, I think it was, or perhaps just Reeves singular.
Okay. Well, we'll look for. Molly, been a pleasure. Hopefully, get to chat a little later. I will
Indeed.
I will start schmoozing the room. I take it from your description of all the people there that Sflato isn't in the room at the present moment.
Currently, no.
Okay.
He seems to have disappeared for a moment.
I'm in that case going to generally schmooze and talk to a few people, introduce myself. I'm looking at this Colin Tarmac guy. I have no interest in talking to Sorkatani again because that was painful. She just seemed to be very sad. And this Hildebrand chap sounds like an interesting one, seeing as I have remembered that the heir to his fortune is apparently legging it from the authorities.
Which one do you want to go to first?
Let's
Currently,
Let's go talk to the iffy dwarf, Colin Talmac. He's far too much of a mystery for me to let that slide for too long.
As you make his way over to him, he looks at you. He seems to have a goblet of some kind, and he's drinking something out of it. Whilst he's also seemingly found what you assume to be a strip of jerky or some other such meat, just in his other hand, and he's enjoying a bite of one, a sip of the other, whilst sat down on the couch in the bottom right of the room here.
Over here?
That's right.
Okay.
He sees you approach, and he lifts his glass as a silent gesture of greetings.
I raise my hand to shake his hand and go, I would raise my glass, but I appear to not have a glass yet.
Well, I'd shake your hand, but my hands are full.
So I see. I believe your name's Colin Talmac. I'm the Donald Stoutman. Pleased to meet you.
Aye, you got my name right, and you've introduced yourself, so that's nice. You are an interesting-looking fella. I saw your entrance a moment ago, and you've apparently made friendly with Molly.
I try to make friendly
So,
with everyone, especially nice-looking ladies.
well, she's a bit tall for you, and to my knowledge, humans like to go for women that are shorter than themselves. So,
Well,
hmm.
well, I find it difficult to go for anyone shorter than myself. That is a thin market, and to be honest, I find tall women kind of attractive.
Well, then, that's lucky for you, isn't it?
I've always been a fan of mountaineering and climbing up to Twin Peaks is always been something to aspire to. They give him a
You
cheeky
enjoy a
grin.
bit of the jiggly, do you?
Of course. Always looking for a future ex-wife. Too many of those in the past, but that's fine.
Yeah. He gives a snort and a chuckle at that and says, "Well, I think you may have made your way to the right place. So, I'm going to hazard a guess that you're after something from the auction, then."
I'm intrigued. I heard tell that there was some interesting artifacts for sale, and always interested in
Aye, there
in a
is.
good deal.
I'm afraid that if you're after the ring, that's not going to be very available to you.
Oh,
I have
okay.
every intention of acquiring that one myself.
Interested in acquiring useful items, eh? Good to know.
Aye, that I am.
Good to know. I'll tell you what. I lean in for it in a slightly conspiratorial manner and go, I might have something. We'll see. There's something I know is coming on the market in the near future, and for the right person, and I'm not willing to sell this to the wrong people. It would only be to people I trust. But I might know of something coming up in the near future. But we'll see. We'll see how we get along. But so far we're getting along just swimmingly. But
As you lean in, sorry to interrupt,
sure.
roll me an insight check.
Insights.
You see that he's staring at your face. And you get the impression that he is making a mental note of you specifically.
Mm-hmm.
You're not able to glean much more information than that, though.
It's fair. So,
Right then.
So-
I presume that you're wanting to have a chat with some other folks about whatever this is that you're talking about to me about.
aye, indeed. Why not? I think I will. But Cole, if you were interested, if you're a businessman, you strike me as a businessman. If you're a businessman and you find yourself with a few a bit of spare change, so to speak, and I'm not talking about small change.
I can assure you that whatever it is that you're looking to sell me, I'm not interested in buying.
Not interested in money, huh? Not interested in increasing your wealth. Well, far be it from me to tell you how to live your life, but thank you for your time in that case. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Cole. And I raise my hand out to him again.
Indeed. And This time he puts the strip of jerky on his knee and shakes the hand with said hand. And as you turn around and make your way in another direction, he does just call out, "Oh, and if you find yourself in any pawn shops over in the city, just let them know that I said hi."
I look back and nod my head to one side and smile. I will do. Interesting.
He looks in your direction and gives a bit of a sigh before going back to drinking and eating. You do notice, by the way, that seemingly at some point in the last half hour or so, a small spread of food was placed upon the table in the top right, which is presumably wherever he got that jerky from.
I see. Are there any drinks on there?
There are. It's predominantly just a large bowl of what you presume to be some form of punch, but
Okay.
for the most part, you get the impression that drinks are served primarily through the use of the silent servants.
Now, Donald doesn't know about the silent servants, and Bobby is very well aware of that. So he's not going to use it until somebody tells him about it. But he's going to carry on schmoozing, generally sort of introducing himself to those that he can find until his particular mark, shall we say, shows up.
Right, and which particular individual do you go for next?
Who's the nearest person to me?
The nearest person to you is actually Thratomi, the dwarven lord.
Ah, splendid.
You get the impression that he was in a conversation with Column only shortly before you engaged in Column.
I'll
So, yes,
scurry over there quickly, and as he's a dwarf, I will at least be able to see him eye to shoulder level, and
Yep.
and go, my lord, is it?
Aye, that it is. Where are you from? You look like you've got plenty of money in your pockets.
I do okay. I do okay for myself. I'm from the Shire. Donald,
Oh, is that true?
Donald
We've got
Stoutman's the
some
name.
people.
Sorry, you've got some people?
Donald. Aye, we've got a few folks from the Shire. They're doing musics.
I
They
heard.
put
I
on a
heard.
hell of a performance.
Really? You know, I've never managed to catch them myself, and I heard that they were playing here. And yeah, no, they're supposed to. They've made quite a name for themselves up north. And I'm just sort of going around these parts and heard they were down here and thought, I'll try and catch their show. Appears I've missed them again. But I see some of the band members are here.
You have. That's right. Well, there's Cardgar over there. He's an interesting looking fella. Well, you can see why he's interesting looking. He's got that leather gear on him, and well, he doesn't really say much from what I've seen.
Lots of leather
It
doesn't
seems
say
as
much.
though,
Okay.
from what I've seen, it appears as though that their lead singer has vanished, though, which is a bit of a shame. Apparently, he had something of an upset stomach.
Oh dear.
He must have drank something that didn't agree with him. No such issue with me, he says, raising a flagon of something.
Oh, where can I get a flagon of something? You know what? I've been hankering after a decent ale since I got here.
Oh, here, let me. He snaps his fingers twice and says, "Another of this, please." And about 30 seconds later, you see a flagon of ale being brought in your direction.
That's very clever. Is that some sort of mage hand or magical doohickey that are doing that?
Oh, no. Well, yes, but it's not mage hand. It's this house is enchanted. It's got these invisible so-and-sos wandering about, and you can just give them a command, and they'll fetch stuff for you. It's pretty great. Here, he snaps his fingers again and says, "Give this short fellow here a back rub." And a moment later, you feel a pair of dreadfully weak hands attempting to give you a back rub.
Lovely. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Raises his eyebrows. Oh, I wonder what else they can do. Well, maybe we'll find out later. So I just snap my
Well.
fingers and they go off and do my bidding. Then is that right?
Aye, that's how it works. Whilst I'm chatting to you, he takes his arm across your shoulder and leans in close to your ear for a whisper and says, "I saw you speaking to that other dwarf over there in the corner a moment ago. Are you two friends by chance?"
Never met him in my life. He was pointed out
Well,
to me. Sorry, go on.
Well, it's a good job that you're not, because I cannot recommend that you try and get chummy with him. He's I have it on good authority that he's up to no good. You
Thank you.
strike me as somebody who likes to stay on the upper side of the law, so yeah, as I say, it's all very well and good that you've said hello to him, but keep your distance.
Worth noting. Said he was interested in a ring of sorts. Don't know if that's worth noting to anyone.
Oh, that might be. You know what? I'll talk to you later. And he wanders off, and you see as he approaches the old man in the room, Fredrickson.
Hmm.
As he does, you aren't able to hear what they say, but you do see Fredrickson take a few glances over at the dwarf sitting in the corner of the room with a look of curiosity on his face. Not as much concern as what you might expect, but definitely curiosity. You get the impression that perhaps you may have just shared some information that people were not hoping to be shared.
Well, perhaps they shouldn't have shared it in the first place.
Hmm. So, as you wander about, looking at this point, you see what should be not familiar, but is familiar, Svato Klim making his way down the stairs. You see as though he's not looking too good.
No? Oh dear.
Yes, it doesn't take much to come to the conclusion that he is very drunk and probably just visited a private bathroom of some kind in order to try and reduce his drunkenness, shall we say.
I see. I'm going to obviously step over to him and go, "Oh, you don't look any. You look a little worse for the wear, there, fella. Anything I can do for you?"
The wine's great, but the stomach doesn't like it.
Oh, yes, should be drinking ale, not wine. Don't tell me you've been drinking that awful elven stuff. It tastes gorgeous, but it does terrible things to your insides.
Yeah, I was drinking it.
Uh,
It always does this to me if I get too carried away.
you want to be
Apparently, it
drinking
works fine for the elves, but oh man.
halfling ale, mate. Halfling ale, that's what's good for you. The-
Oh, is that right? You wouldn't happen to have some on you, would you, to help settle my stomach?
I don't have any on me. I'm
Mm.
terribly sorry. The stupid thing is, it's not like, I mean, I own a brewery, and no, I don't have any beer on me. It's a bit difficult to carry around with you in kegs. Especially when you...
Wait, hang on. Are you the Donald?
My fame precedes me. I am indeed. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance, sir?
Oh, I was just hoping to speak to you. Oh man. He makes his way down the stairs and over to the couch that you see that the other dwarf was just sat at, and he says to said dwarf, "Hey, you mind scooching over? Me and my friendy have got some chat to have." And you see his column gets up. He looks at you with a smile and a grin, and just simply makes his way to the other side of the room. But you notice that as he makes his way away from you and then stands there, he continues to look in your direction. He's paying close attention. In fact, roll me another insight check.
Rolling another insight check. As soon as I can. There we go. 17.
At this point, you realize that he is paying far too much attention to you. This column, whoever he is, I wouldn't say fascinated, but it's like he's actively monitoring you.
Mm-hmm.
But before you're able to act on any such thoughts, you see, you also hear as Svato almost throws himself down onto this sofa and then pats the chair next to him and says, "Come, take a seat. We've got some chatting to do."
I will do. I will do. And now, normally, if Kiki were here, this is the exact moment that Bobby, aka the Donald, would put his hand to his little earring of communication and mention, distract this dwarf that's watching me. But Kiki's not here. But Piper is. Not we know where she
Right.
is, but
Shall we say that the earring was given to another member of the party in the meantime?
indeed, I mean that could definitely go to Cardigar, and he could get the message.
Hardgar wasn't
All
paying
right.
attention. Sorry, what message?
That there is a dwarf calm guy that is watching me very intently whilst I'm schmoozing, and I was
Okay.
looking for a little distraction for him.
Ginger, like I assume that I was aware of the Donald arriving from across the room. So
Yes,
have
that's
I
right.
have I had a
He,
good look at what this dwarf's been doing?
yes. This column Talmuk that the Donald is asking you to distract. He spent the last, say, half an hour or so going between the sofa that you now see the Donald and his mark sitting at, and the table in the top right portion of the room, getting various drinks and snacks, and otherwise just sitting down in the corner and just people watching.
Right.
You see
And
that. What's the
no, go
question?
on. No, go on.
You also note that as he's been people watching, he's been paying special attention to the Donald since he made his way into the room and spoke to Talmac as openly as he did.
Okay. Is anything notable about his attire?
Not particularly. He's not the best dressed person in the room. That probably either goes to one of the Cranleys or to the Donald himself. But he's not exactly in workman's attire either. He has the kind of look about him that suggests in his Sunday best, but otherwise not of tremendous financial means.
Is there? I'm looking particularly for anything that might make him stand out, like a crest, a family crest, or something like that. Something
No,
I could ask him about, basically.
Sounds
if
like he's
anything,
probably the
he-
least well dressed in the room, if that's something.
Okay. Well,
besides the people, but besides the members of your band, yeah, he is the least well dressed person in the room.
I'm going to make my way over to where he is, with my glass of whiskey, and introduce myself as one of the members of Storm, Earth, and Shire. And so, did you enjoy our little performance that we put on? I mean, you are a fellow dwarf. I'm sure you have a lot you could give me feedback on.
Oh, aye. That is definitely a good one. You've got some decent notes there from that, well, it looks like an axe, but it seems to be a lute of some kind.
Oh, aye, you like ear splitter? Well, I could tell you all about how she was forged if you would like to know.
Uh, yeah, go ahead. I'm a little bit busy, but I'd appreciate the background noise.
Now, you see, we were trying back in our hometown, which I can't remember the name of. It's the one with the big gate, Ginger.
Novel's good.
No, the other one with the big gate, Dwarven.
Oh, Warrenheim.
There we go, Warrenheim. Back in Warrenheim, me and the lads, we wanted to come up with a new sound, a sound of metal, and none of the instruments they could pull it off. So we thought, what's more metal than an axe made of metal?
I see. As you say this, and he responds, you notice that he isn't taking his eyes off of Trig.
Then I said to him, well, if you look really closely here, you may know something really interesting. The strings. Can you see what they're made of?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. That is this one. My bad rolls. Continue.
Dear God, you got a +5 and you got 9. Wow.
Oh dear.
I'm used to it by now.
Yeah, as you say this, he does take a glance for a second or two and says, no, I can't say I can tell what they're made of. But then goes back to looking at the Donald.
Oh well, yeah, sure you'll be quite impressed as a fellow dwarf. See, most instruments they use catguts and such, but these ones are metal. We found a way to take iron and turn it into string. I'll play a chord on it.
And as you do, he does take another look at it, but then he just gives a kind of dismissive, uh-huh.
I at this point, I just look and it's like, you're very dismissive of metalwork. What kind of dwarf are you?
He looks directly at you at this point and says, the kind that's getting bored of this conversation and wasn't particularly enthralled to begin with.
Are you insulting my axe?
No, I'm insulting your personality.
Oh God, just stares at him a moment and says, "You might want to be taking that one back for a moment, there, sir."
Oh, why so?
Oh, if
I
you
think
don't,
I've made it
I may
pretty
have to
clear.
introduce you to a good friend of mine over here. And he gestures to his fist.
Oh no.
I see. I see. Look, I'd say I've made it pretty clear that I'm not interested in this conversation. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd greatly appreciate it if you'd leave me alone. Please and thank you.
Greg, you have an opportunity here to stop this with comms if you want, otherwise this might escalate.
What?
Well, dear God, I asked you for a distraction, not to get us all kicked out. But if you want him and you to get kicked out by having a fight,
That would work for you, wouldn't it?
and I was going to say it doesn't. That doesn't actually bother the Donald in the slightest. In fact, he's mildly amused by it.
Did that damage our reputation?
Potentially.
Potentially.
Oh, he's insulting the honor of a dwarf. A dwarf should know better.
I mean, you could always do the classic. Would you like to step outside?
That's why I was
and
going.
we'll
with,
sort
yeah.
this out. And when he steps
Yes.
outside, you close the door behind him and go, "Well, that's got rid of him."
That was kind of my intent. Yep.
You do, you dude. I'm
Yeah,
busy.
so
I'm schmoozing with Sluther at this moment.
You're stepping on the toes of dwarven honor. You ought to know better. I think we should maybe take this outside, don't you?
Guards! This dwarf is accosting thee! At that moment,
Yeah.
I will give you the opportunity to make some form of response.
I just
But,
stand there with my arms folded and say, "I haven't touched him. Everyone here can see I haven't touched him. This
Well,
guy is besmirching my honor by all accounts I should, but I haven't."
He's reaching for my hand axe.
The entire room at this point is looking in your direction. And this dwarf now switches his demeanor entirely from being indignant and annoyed at your presence to blatantly falsely looking as though you're threatening his life as he gestures towards the axe in your hand and says, "He's armed! Get him away from me!" as he theatrically cowers in the corner.
What, this is my musical instrument. You heard me play it. Now are you gonna apologize, or are we gonna have to have problems here? You besmirched my honor as a dwarf, and you ought to know better as a dwarf yourself. Any dwarf
Roll
here
me
can
a
tell you
persuasion
that.
check.
Persuasion gain, oh dear.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
At this point, the two bodyguards, or, well, not bodyguards, but house guards outside have made their way into the building and to your position. And at this point, the pair of them look at you, look at the other dwarf, and you see, as the pair of them look at each other, you can see that there's some silent deliberation going on between the pair of them, after which the Dragonborn looks at the dwarf that isn't you and says, "Look, you're going to have to go over there," and points to the other side of the room and says, "To you, and you are not going to get near him again."
I noticed it. Good of you to come here and sort out. Yes, I don't want to go anywhere near this fella. He clearly doesn't understand dwarven honor.
Yes, I can see that there's definitely something going on here. And at this point, you see the elven host, Gwildethel, comes over and says, What on earth is happening here?
Your guest is trying to insult my honor.
Is that true?
He
He
has
says, looking
nothing
to
but
Colin.
negative things to say about the workmanship of my axe.
Colin looks at Squildethel and says, he was harassing my personal space.
Ooh,
So
a dwarf worried about his personal space. What kind of dwarf are you?
at this point, Gwildethel looks just utterly distraught at the idea that two of his guests are in such terrible disagreement, and then looks towards the two guards who look conflicted as to precisely what to do here, as the female guard at this point steps forward and speaks up saying, look, you two are going to have to just figure it out after the event. We don't want to kick anybody out, but we can and will if we have to. Are the pair of you going to agree to settle this after everything is sorted here?
I can behave if he can, and afterwards we'll settle this in the good old dwarven way. Nice punch up followed by a nice round of beer.
Colum looks at you and says, aye, I can agree to that. No more words to be spoken between the two of us from this point onwards. Deal? And he holds out a hand for you to shake.
I will shake his hand, and I will intentionally make him know that I have a firmer grip than he does.
All right, then. I'd say roll
Right.
for me a strength check. You most certainly do have a stronger grip than he does. With a natural 2, his arm practically buckles at your touch.
That
And the moment you let go of his arm, he says, now if you excuse me, I've got somewhere to fuck off to. And proceeds to
Yeah,
walk
off
all
with
the
you.
way over to the bottom left corner of the room down here.
Smashing. I'm going to turn to my drunk companion on the sofa and go, well, that was entertaining. I thought those two were going to fight then for a second. Nothing like watching two dwarves having a punch-up.
Oh
Well,
God,
as a
laughs
matter of
at
fact,
overhearing that, and then goes to mingle with another dwarf.
As a matter of fact, as all of that was happening, that was a very effective distraction that you could have used to make your negotiations happen. Shall we rewind time a little bit, or are
We
you
shall.
going to say that the
We sh-
Donald was
We shall
watching
indeed.
on?
We shall indeed
Okay.
wind time back a little.
So, whilst the almost punch up is happening,
Mhm.
what do you say to Svato after Ars has touched seats?
Right, we obviously need to be introduced and work out that Splato is in the brewery in the brewery adjacent business, shall we say? And he's
Mhm.
heard about me. So
Yes, he. In fact, he says, "Yeah, there was the other halfling that was here with the band. He spoke glowingly of you. Something about you having really nice ales and your own brewery and such."
Stoutman's finest ales, best in the Shire, best I would hesitate to say in the whole of Stratovania, but. Little issues with transportation and so on, and getting it out as far and wide as down here.
Yeah, I can imagine. There's kind of a few mountains in the way, isn't there?
One or two. Working on some transport routes at the present moment, but
Now, the reason why I was looking to have a chat with you was because I want to invest in you getting your ales down and helping me set up something to get a bit of a business going on my own.
I think we can become we can find a deal here. You see, I'll lean forward. I found myself in a bit of a, how should I put it, a cash flow conundrum at the present moment. Business is booming, don't get me wrong. But as any successful entrepreneur will tell you, there are times when assets need to be liquidated for a more agile financial position. And,
Oh, I get you. You're looking for someone to invest in you, aren't you?
actually, as I mentioned, I happen to own a rather lucrative brewery. Actually, I own a couple and a bank and some various other things. Stoutman's finest ales in particular. It's
Is that
tucked
the name of the bank?
It's the name of the brewery. It's tucked away in
Oh.
the rolling hills of the Shire, and it produces some of the finest ales this side of the mountain. It also just happens
Wait,
that it's
which side of the mountains?
the north side of the mountain. We're trying to get it down to
Oh,
some
that's not
Middleburn
good.
and so on. I think it's the finest beer I've ever had. Some might say the finest beer in all the world, but who am I to argue with them?
At this point, he cuts you off and snaps his fingers twice, saying, "A pint of this fella's finest ale." Sorry, carry on.
I'm looking to sell Stoutman's brewery.
The whole thing?
Yeah. You see, I've got some
Oh.
aspirations of politics and various other things. I've got a couple of other breweries. And it's time for a little more financial flexibility, shall we say. Arms need greasing, etc. Now, I'm in no rush to sell. But for the right man, and you appear to be in the right position, and someone who appreciates quality and has a taste for the finer things in life, I'm willing to make a deal. Now, what I'm looking for at the present moment is a small deposit. Say about 10% of the value of the property, at which point I would be willing to sign over documentation to you. Say you own the whole thing. We can then deal with the rest of the 90% afterwards at your
Right.
disposal.
So, you're gonna sell me the whole thing, but I only have to give you 10% of it,
Up front.
and then at some point I'll have to give you the other 90.
Yeah. Now, whether that's out of the profits that you make or whatever, I'm fine with that. But I don't know if anyone mentioned.
Yeah, I can see that working.
My caravan was attacked, and I only just got out of it with my hide. You know what the roads are like in some parts of this world, and yeah, it's caused some hold-ups and some gold's gone missing, and I found myself all the way over here on the other side of the continent, and a little strapped for cash, and I'm supposed to be making some meetings and meeting some people and making some deals, and yeah.
Right. Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So you need someone to help you out with some money, and then you can start doing what you came here to do.
Business needs to carry on, and also think of it. Think of it. Don't think about helping me out. Think about what you can do with this, with the loyal customer base it already has up north, and if the future and the network you can put it in touch with down on this side of the mountains. You will have your name on every pint, your legacy written in the very foam of every tankard. You will have a legacy greater than your father's. The pubs that serve it will be in your all.
When you say greater than your father's, you see his eyes go wide with potential. And you get the impression that you've won him over already.
I pick up my glass and I say, "So, shall we raise a glass to your new venture?"
I'll I was about to say I'll have to think about it, but no, if I pass this up opportunity, you're going to talk to someone else, and then I'm gone. I'm done for. Yeah, sure. And he takes his glass, which is now empty because your ale doesn't exist. Certainly not here, not really anywhere. And he agrees to a 10% buy, despite the fact that he doesn't know what a 10% buy is.
No. Fantastic. I will.
Right. So, how much money do you need right now? Well, a couple thousand, do you?
Call it 6,000, and you've got yourself a deal. In fact, I can have the paperwork in your hands almost immediately. I've actually. I arrived in the city with my shirt on my back and my paperwork in my briefcase, and I hold my little case in my hand. Shall we put pen to paper?
I can't give you 6,000. I don't have that much on me. I'd need to say something to get back home.
Okay.
I can do you 1.5 right now.
1.5.
What's that? That's a quarter of 6,000, and 6,000 is 10%, and how's that maths works? Okay. How about this? Not 10%, 2%, and I'll give you 1,500. Does that work for you? At this point, his hands are on his head, and he looks like he's close to pleading with you.
You have any friends here you could go into partnership?
He looks around,
Anyone?
and you see his gaze settles on Tom Cranley, and then he shakes his head and says, "No, I'd have to get in touch with my dad if I was to go through anything like that. This money that I've got here for you, this is my yearly allowance, or what's left of it, at least."
Okay. What, has he just got the cash?
He doesn't have it in cash on him. No, you get the impression that he would have to pull said money out of a bank of some kind.
Okay. Let's 5,000. Okay.
Okay, let's say 1,500 is 2%. What's that? What's 1,500 times 50?
75. That's good valuation. More than I was expecting.
Right.
Okay. When can I see this?
You see his eyes dart from side to side as his alcohol-ridden mind is trying to think of solutions. And he says, "You know what? Give me a moment." And he stands up and pulls a small booklet out the back pocket, and he begins writing you a bank transfer.
Really? Fantastic. And in that case, I will pull out the paperwork and right, I do hereby Donald Stoutman to bequeath the title deed of Stoutman's Finest Ales to the how do you spell your name again? fill in the details on the deed of the bank on receipt.
Yep.
Of 2% as a deposit, and the rest to be
The
paid
remainder to be paid.
forthwith,
Yeah.
etc., etc. Details.
And you see in somewhat messy handwriting, he writes down, I, Svato Klim of the White Horse, bequeaths to, and then he looks for you for a name,
Donald Stoutman.
Donald Stoutman, 1,500 gold pieces, and then gives it a signature, rips it off the book, and says, right, you keep hold of this, okay?
And you, sir, keep hold of that.
He takes said deed and he stuffs it into a pocket inside of his jacket.
And I do likewise. And at which point we notice the skirmish between dwarves is settling down.
Indeed.
Lato, it has been a pleasure doing business with you. What shall we get another drink? And I click my fingers and go, 2 very large whiskies, please.
Oh yeah, definitely. Whiskey. Oh, good golden. And he very much becomes very, very merry over the course of the next however long. And it's not long after your negotiations come to a close that Gwildethel comes stepping into the room and says, all right, everybody, we are ready for the auction now. If you'd all like to make your way into the room.
Okay. This check that I've just been written. Am I right in assuming that I could, using my psychic notepaper, make blank copies of this?
Yes, you could.
Interesting.
Though you do notice that it appears as though that there is some kind of serial code on the book, on the check itself.
Yep.
Duplication protection, you suspect?
Of course. Of course. I would want to make the code different on any duplications I made anyway on a blank. Just thinking, having blank checks lurking around, might be a good way of buying something in an auction.
So how many copies do you make?
I'm going to make one copy. I'm going to increment the code on the book by 3.
Righto. So, as everybody makes their way into what is now the auction room, I'm going to say Piper takes a seat somewhere in the back instead of being up at the front. And you see as Gwildethel is standing up at the front of the stage, if you will. And as everybody makes their way in, you notice that one of the guards also makes their way in, the female. And he says, Hello, everybody. It's time for the greatest occasion of the evening. You see here that we have a selection of 4 highly valuable items that we're going to be selling on now. So, to start off with, we are going to be selling off the most valuable piece available here tonight. That being this grand suit of armor that you see here. And he says, this armor, well, Annabelle, if you wouldn't mind putting it on for a moment, just for the purposes of demonstration. And you see as Annabelle, the presumed name of the person that is previously standing guard outside the front of the building, dons the armor over the course of a minute or so whilst being assisted by Guldethel, and then once it's fully equipped, he says, "Now, I would like a volunteer of some variety to come up and help with the demonstration. Perhaps one of the members of the band down there at the back might want to give assistance."
I'll suggest to Reese, maybe you should have a go at this.
Yes, okay.
And as you make your way up to the front, Gwildethel sees as you are approaching and starts giving a small couple of claps, which are matched with some of the people in the room, as he says, "Thank you very much for willing to give your time for demonstrative purposes. We won't need you for long. This armor here," and he raises his voice, "this armor here is quite magically enchanted, you see. In addition to being utterly beautiful with this black with gold trimmed look and the mirrored finish that causes it to catch the light in a way that no other armor would ever be able to do, it actually provides magical protection that instead of draining your vitality, instead causes that vitality to be drained from your bank account, so that anytime the wearer of the armor receives some terrible influence of damage, it doesn't hurt them in the slightest. Um, a quick demonstration is in order. Human, what is your name?"
Reeve.
"Well, Reeve, I would like you to try and stab my friend here, Annabelle, as hard as you can. Just the most vicious attack that you could possibly make." At which point you see Annabelle's eyes go a bit wide in the helmet, and she looks at Gwildethel and says, "Are you sure about this?" And Gwildethel looks at Annabelle, gives a smile and a nod, and then looks to you, Reeve, and says, "Go ahead, go ahead. I can assure you that since currently the ownership of the armor is bound to myself, that any financial damages will be occurred to me and not to anybody else up at this stage right now," which you can see greatly. It causes a wash of relief to come over Annabelle, but you can still see that she's somewhat concerned about being suggested to be run through with something.
Reeve pulls out his sayax and makes to stab Annabelle.
All right, roll to attack.
Ginger, how do I do that?
You should have a dagger attack on your character sheet. Give me a moment, and I shall talk you through the process. Okay, so
Is it an
in your
attacks
character
and
sheet,
spellcasting?
it is, yes. You want to click the name Sayax. Okay, that is just sufficient to hit as you take the dagger and you slip it between a pair of the plates inside the armor, which passes straight through, and you can tell that you rend flesh with this strike, and yet Annabelle doesn't look even vaguely phased. In fact, she looks a bit weirded out as she says, "Oh, that's weird. I felt it go in, but it didn't hurt." But you hear that all the time, don't you, Reeve?
Reeves' eyes widen and he gets quite embarrassed.
At this point, you see that the other members of the crowd are quite impressed, and I'd like Reeve from your position to roll me an insight check for a moment. As you look about the crowd, you see that everybody is equally impressed as you are, seeing as this armor has apparently, despite the fact that your Sayax clearly cut flesh, clearly was brought out, and yet has no blood on it whatsoever. You get the impression that this is some genuinely powerful armor. And you also get the impression that somebody just had 700 gold taken out of their bank account. So, Gwildethel looks to the rest of the room and says, "All right, so now that we've had a brief demonstration, I would like to start the bidding as Annabelle here doffs the armor such that she can go back to her post. We will start the bidding at 15,000. Does that sound reasonable to everybody here?" And you immediately see a hand go up, that being the Dwarven Lord Thratomi, as a short bidding war begins to start up. Now, tell me, as this bidding war is going on, what do the rest of the party do? There is a moment of intense raising of hands and calling out of numbers and so on and so forth.
Oh, I'm not going to do anything that could be interpreted as a bid.
15,000,
Uh-huh.
and I just sold a business for 1,500.
That's right. The
Well, 10%
the bids
of a business.
the bids begin the bids begin climbing quite rapidly. It eventually gets to the point where there are just two people both trying to compete for this particular set of armor, which are surprisingly Thratomi and Sorkatani, the cat lady, which eventually ends in Thratomi being the ones who place the winning bid at a total value of 52,000 gold pieces. Once that bidding war comes to a conclusion, the Gwildethel host looks to the rest of the room and says, "I would like to congratulate everybody for contributions, but mostly to Thratomi here, who is now the proud owner of an invaluable artifact which hopefully he will still be able to use despite having spent that vast sum of gold, he says with a cheeky grin, and Thratomi simply responds by raising a glass into the air and shouting something in Dwarven. A few minutes pass by as the armor is brought away into the door that you see on the right of the room, as a ring is brought out on a purple velvet pillow. The ring is equipped to Gwildethel, as he says, "Now this is a useful ring right here. This is not something that may be used to, say, bind two lovers in matrimony. No, this is secretly," and you see as he flicks his hand, and a bow seemingly being made of pure crystalline, slightly blue-tinged ice suddenly apparates in his hand as he shouts, "This is a powerful magical artifact. This bow here is capable of generating its own ammunition and is effortless in how it is drawn," he says as he pulls back an arrow, and you can see the ice of the bow flexes in a unnatural manner, almost as if the ice is seemingly made of some jelly-like substance as he pulls back, and you see that the arrow generated is also entirely made of ice, but seemingly has some kind of glowing, faintly blue-white spark embedded in the head of this arrow. And he fires the arrow off into the wall opposite the door to the left and says, "Now, this arrow, as you see, has just shattered upon impact with that wall, but as I simply will to do so," and as he says this, you all hear a loud shattering noise as a bunch of ice shards come flying off and almost act like shrapnel as they fly off and scatter themselves along the area. You get the impression that if you were to be standing in the immediate vicinity of the point of impact, that you would have taken some rather nasty gashes from that. Gwildethel himself, of course, is unfazed, as he says, "These arrows, in addition to acting like small bombs, will have the ability to be able to uh, it gives you an idea as to where they are at all times. For as long as you wear this ring, one of those points you'll be able to see where it is, even if you do not know exactly where it is. You will always know which direction it is in. It is very valuable to hunters and bounty hunters and things of that nature. For this item, we'll begin the bidding at 12,000 gold pieces." And once again, the process of the bidding slowly goes up, this time instead being predominantly between Dragan Hildebrand and Colum Talmach, with the bidding climbing up and up and up until it gets to an eye-watering 93,000 gold pieces, at which Column eventually ends up making the final winning bid. So, during the course of that, is there anything that any of you would like to have done?
Nothing from me.
I can't see
Right,
it.
so,
Can.
well, as the bidding continues, as the auction continues, they eventually get to the sampling jug. This golden vase-looking structure, about a foot and a bit tall and rather slender in its overall appearance, is brought out, and Gwildethel looks to the room and brandishes the jug and lifts it up in his arms and says, "This is a enhanced version of an otherwise somewhat common alchemy jug. The alchemy jug being limited to a small variety of liquids, this one is able to generate a large quantity of anything that you may wish to put into it, so long as you have a sufficient amount to begin with. As a demonstration, if one of you could bring me up a sample of your drink, I'll be happy to refill it with whatever is left in your cup." As you see, Thratomi once again steps forward and makes his way over to the front of the room and hands over a goblet of some sort, which, as you see, a small quantity of a red wine is poured into the jug, and then a large quantity of red wine is poured out of said goblet and into the waiting hands of Thratomi. And as this happens, Gwildethel snaps his fingers and requests a selection of glasses to be handed out to the people waiting in the crowd, which include the members of the band. And you are all treated to a glass of wine, which is seemingly magicked up out of nowhere.
Ginger,
Go on.
whilst this demonstration is going on, can I use my creation, Song of Creation, to summon a thimbleful of vinegar just inside the jug before anyone else can be served?
Yes, you can. I would say you would need to when you do the Song of Creation, how do you interpret Cardguard? What actions would you say Cardguard goes through in order to generate one of these items?
Well, it's sorry, it's not song, it's performance, but doesn't really make a difference. I just imagine that he mumbles and grumbles like as if he's saying something under his breath, and kind of like when he grumbles when someone's done something he's not too happy with.
Right. Okay, so you mumble and you grumble, and a moment later, you know that your creation has indeed happened, and you are presumably disappointed to see as the jug continues to pour wine into the various waiting glasses, goblets, and other such physical drinkware that has been shared out to those in the room. You do notice, however, that about halfway through, you see a Svato Klim say, "Hey, my glass has a thimble in it."
Interesting. I'm very confused what just happened there, but interesting.
So, once the jug has finished being passed around the room to all of the people waiting in the crowd, it gets brought back up to the front, and you see as Gwildethel looks to the room and says, "We shall start the bidding at just a paltry 3,000 gold pieces for this particular item here." And you see that this time around there's considerably less enthusiasm about people wanting to put their hands up, but you do see as Svato puts his hand up and tries to start off the bidding with a quick 3,000, with nobody else seemingly interested in matching him.
What, the man that just gave me all of his money?
Yes.
So that's about.
If no one else says anything, then Svato shortly afterwards claims victory in this particular bid, with him providing the first initial bid of 3,000 gold pieces and nothing more. And lastly, you see as Gwildethel brings out a small, almost hurricane lantern looking device. It's made of a dark, mottled metal, and generally speaking, looks not particularly pretty to look at. As he brandishes this lantern in front of him, he says, "This looks like a lantern, and it is a lantern, but at the same time, it isn't. And the best way for me to describe how this one works is for me to use it." As you see, as he reaches up to one side of the lantern and turns a little knob, and you all see suddenly this small little black flame appears inside of the lantern, but only for the slightest hint of a split second, as suddenly a great orb of darkness veil encompasses the entire stage, with all of the various other light sources in the area within the first that side of the room all seemingly burned down to the point where any open flames that may be providing hints of light in the area are very nearly brought to the point of extinguish.
While its darkness has fallen, Donald would like to quickly make his way over to sit next to Svarto Clem, his new business partner, and whisper to him, "I'm not quite as out of money as you would have me believe."
Huh? Oh, no, I'm not buying that for me. My dad wants this.
See.
Why would I need something like that? I can get as much booze as I like from my dad's shop.
Oh, that's fair.
And surprisingly enough, once the lantern is seemingly turned off once again and Gwildethel once again reveals his presence, you see as though there is nobody putting their hands up with the exception of Colum Talmac once again. The same dwarf who originally managed to pay the most money in buying the ring, this time is the first and only person to put his hand up for this anti-lantern. With the starting bid of 1,000 gold pieces, it's a few seconds before anybody else manages to put their hand up to retrieve it themselves, though there is an opportunity here for anybody in the party to maybe take a grab at it.
I'll raise my hand.
How much was it?
1,000 so far.
Yep. You raise your hand, and what do you claim to be your bid for it?
1,001.
Hey, how much money do you
Gwildethel-
have?
I've got a check for 1,500 gold on me,
Right. Okay. Yeah.
and a blank check that I've made as a copy of that.
Yeah.
Gwildethel looks at you for a moment and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, you must be new to auction houses. I suppose there's nothing wrong with one gold." He looks at Thratomi for a moment, the dwarven lord, and says, "Could you explain to the halfling over there how this works?" And at this point, Thratomi, he looks over to you and says, "Nice Hercula. So these kinds of things tend to go up in rather large increments. You may have seen when I was bidding for that armor the went up in lots of 1,000 for something like this. It's more like lots of 100 to 200, something along those lines.
1,100.
He nods in your direction and gives you a thumbs up at that, and suddenly the look of concern that Gwildethel has on his face is immediately replaced with a beaming smile once more as he says, "That's a bid for 1,100 for the anti-lantern." As you see his column looks in your direction and shrugs and shakes his head in the direction of the auction runner, and the Gwildethel looks in your direction and says, "And to the well-dressed halfling, we have another final winner for our final item. The anti-lantern goes to you."
I grin. Thank you.
So,
Right.
at this point, the auction comes to a close, and the various items are held in storage behind that doorway that you see on the right there, as Gwildethel goes to each of the people and asks them if they would like to take that item home with them, or if they have an address they would prefer it to be delivered to.
Oh, I will take mine home with me.
Well,
And
you are handed over the anti-lantern, and he says to you, "I wouldn't recommend using that to make your way home, especially not once it's gotten dark outside."
No. No. But good for hiding should trouble arise again.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Again,
Yes, again.
I won't ask. So, Gwildethel looks to the people in the room, who currently everybody is still present, and you get the impression that the other people who bought items have all done their business. He looks at them all and says, "So, at this point, the festivities of the evening have come to a close. I ask that you all thank the people who have graciously paid for this wonderful soiree, the Cranley family, and then be on your ways and have safe trips and travels to whichever abodes you find yourselves sleeping in this evening."
Now, how am I to pay for this? Will check be sufficient?
Oh, yes, check will be sufficient.
At which point I take out my blank check and write the amount on it. Filled out in the same way as the other one. 1,100 and hand it over.
All right. And Gwildethel takes the check and does a quick look over it and says, "Very well. It seems as though that you and Svato have come to somewhat of a business arrangement. It's good
Indeed.
to hear. That's part of why we hold these kinds of events, to let people get to know one another and help each other with whatever ideas they may be looking to invest in. It's a good job that you made your way over here. It would be a terrible shame if one member of the party was to go home with half of the items available for the auction."
Quite. Quite.
So, at this point, the party comes to a close, and everybody is ushered out, if not assuming they don't simply waltz out but under their own propulsion. And you are all brought over to the outside area, as you see a particular dwarven male is looking
Hmm.
at your party from over here. He's just standing behind this bush and staring in your direction. He's looking at all the members of your party, including Bobby.
So, where is
Interesting.
this?
Just outside the front door.
Just outside the front door on the corner over here, you see as the dwarf that you very nearly got into a fight with, Colum Talmac, is stood at the corner of the house, just kind of staring in your direction.
As if waiting for us?
Well, you did promise to have a
Not
fight
only
with him.
waiting for you, but almost seemingly willing you over with his eyes.
Oh, well, casually walk over. Say, hey, so you are able to, you are going to go through, is it then? I respect that.
Not quite. There's something that I need to say to your friend over there. And he points at Robert.
Oh, him? Don't know who he is.
I am sure you don't. And he waves you over.
I will go over and speak to him. How can I help, sir?
Once you get close enough, he says, I get the distinct impression that you haven't quite understood my purpose for being here.
I get the distinct impression that you work for the Thieves Guild and you were here to keep an eye on us and also acquire a few things for yourself from the auction.
Aye. Seems you do have an idea as to why I'm here. Good.
So,
Well, now that that's all straightened out, he looks to you, Cardgar, and says, I've no particular interest in trying to uphold dwarven honour. I don't consider myself to have any. And then he simply turns around and walks away from your direction.
Odgar just looks after his retreating form for a moment, and then just spits to the side in disgust. Man's no dwarf at all. Doesn't deserve my. And he just grumbles.
I turn to him and go. I turn to Cardgar and go, "Do you want to take him?"
He looks at you a moment, and then you see a wry smile. All right, you convinced me. Let's go have some fun.
Nice. He's got a nice ring on him. Are the rest of the party with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, rest of the party will be with you.
You got the lantern, don't you, Trig? Yeah.
I do have the lantern on me. Yeah.
Question: what time of day is it?
It is night. We will be following behind them. And I go, Colin, as you're heading roughly the same direction as us, mind if we walk with you?
He looks at you all for a moment and then says,
I mean, if you like, we can linger a few steps behind you. But I imagine that would make you feel uncomfortable. Wouldn't want you feeling uncomfortable walking around in your own city, would we?
He looks at you for a moment. Are you trying to hide your ill intent towards this man?
I'm trying to be, shall we say, a little unnerving. In fact, you know what? I'd even go so far as to say, does anyone want to give me some advice? I'm going to be weirdly bad at my intimidation roll.
You know what? I mean, I'm going to be standing right next to you as you say this. I'm sure that would give you some sort of advantage.
Yeah, probably would.
Especially after that handshake.
He looks at the pair of you and he sighs and he says, Look, I'm going to be honest with you now. You don't want to do this.
Probably not. Just, that's an awful lot of gold seemed to change hands earlier. And,
Aye.
I seem to be in the market for a lot of gold.
He raises an eyebrow at this.
I'd be very willing to find ways of making a lot of gold, if you take my meaning. Also, you can tell your boss he'll get his 25% cut from what I've made tonight, as soon as I've cashed my check.
Aye. Just to be clear, I was primarily here for the ring. And then when it turned out that you were going to be here too, my responsibilities came to making sure that there was a second source of information to determine precisely how much money you make, just to make sure that we in the Thieves Guild don't get shortchanged.
Well, we both got a little shortchanged on that. I was supposed to make a lot more money than I did, but we'll see if we can't bring a little more money out of him in the future.
Very good. Now, I'm going to walk in that direction, and you're not going to walk in that direction. And if for some particular reason I happen to spot that you've decided to go against my wishes, there's gonna be trouble. Is that understood?
Oh, I understand what you're saying. But it just so happens we're going in that direction. Are you suggesting
That's a terrible shame.
But this is a strange city. We're not used to this ways around here. We could get lost. Perhaps you might be able to, I don't know, help us out with the fees for a taxi, say 200 gold?
You're going to walk in the opposite direction now. See you around, good friends. With that, he turns around and begins walking away. And I will say that you are all quite aware of the fact that he is quite confident in his words.
Hmm.
I would like to make a perception roll to see if there's anyone paying attention to us in particular. Maybe friends of his.
Go ahead and make a perception check. In fact, anybody who wants to can.
15.
19.
Well, Cardgar with a 15, you take a look around and doesn't seem to be anybody who's, like, for example, hanging around on rooftops staring down at you or anything to that effect. However, there does not appear to be anything at all, even from the higher perception checks of Bobby and Reeve. In fact, it seems as though the road is almost suspiciously empty.
Be right back.
I put my hand up the card going, maybe not.
Another time, maybe.
Another time indeed.
Oh, anyway, come on, you've won the day, as it were. Let's go celebrate.
Indeed. Made out like a bandit.
By the way, allow me to explain to you how much money you made from your performance, going to the charity and such.
Indeed.
To the charity, a variety of people made their way over to you at the end of that concert, and each one of them had different things to say, most of which were in the form of compliments. In fact, the only one that really wasn't a compliment was the man that you just saw off. And basically, he just said that it was pretty good. Now, for the rest of the people attending the concert there, each one of them gave across a certain amount of money. Some of them handed over checks of a similar nature to the one that was given to Bobby later on in the evening. And by the way, hello, Kiki. It's actually good timing that you've just turned up at this moment, because I was just discussing with the amount of earnings that the charity made with the results of all of your efforts and getting people to hand over their hard-earned cash. So, as I say, there were a couple of checks handed over, which was all very well and good. But there was also another particular method of payment. There was the interesting case of Sorkatani, who didn't give a check and instead used a small metal-tipped quill to poke her own finger in order to draw some blood out in a magical siphoning-like sense, which was rather interesting, as she simply wrote down on a piece of paper a certain sum of money, which, upon being handed over to you, burst into flames.
Uh-huh.
What? That's not how
And
that's supposed to work.
when she handed it over to you, she said, "I can see from the look on your face that you're not used to this kind of magic. There will be a large amount of gold waiting for you in whatever abode you are staying in when you next go there."
Hmm.
I'd like each of you to roll me an Arcana check. Well, those of
Sure.
you who feel as though you should make an Arcana check, that is.
I would like to use Bardic Inspiration on Trig if he rolls this.
I'll roll it.
Go ahead.
Roll 2d6 and pick the one you want.
I'll take the 5.
That makes sense. Bobby, this is something that you have heard of in the past. There are a variety of magical items which are able to be wielded by especially rich and powerful people who basically achieve effects that are highly convenient to the rich and powerful. And this particular quill was a basically what it does is it allows you to effectively directly teleport funds from your own personal reserves to somebody else via magical means. She literally wrote a check that cashed itself.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
Pretty groovy.
The other such items in the other such items of documentation handed over to you, it came to a grand total of 8,200 gold pieces.
Sorry, say that again?
All 8,200 gold pieces was donated to the charity.
Damn.
8,200.
200. And that's not counting whatever Sorkatani handed over.
I mean, we could buy a few things with that.
Hmm.
That you could. You certainly could. That's a decent chunk of money right there.
It is. It's a very decent chunk of money.
We might
That's
need
enough to. That's enough to buy a small shack in the middle of the city,
Hmm.
a large house in somewhere that isn't a city.
airship.
Give me a break.
No,
You'll be lucky to rent a room on an airship.
You'd be able to charter an airship for that amount of money. You could probably get your whole party over to Akavia for that amount of money. Maybe even to Avantia.
Do we want to go there?
Well, that depends.
We're not.
Avantia and Akavia are places that exist on this plane of reality.
That's 8,000 in total. We're looking at 10 grand plus. For taking.
Yes.
Spread
for
that
the-
between 5 people.
It is. Yeah.
In fact, for the sake of simplicity, let's say that the amount that Sorkatani handed over, just through sheer convenience, quality of life sake, resulted in the total amount of money going to the charity to 10,000 gold pieces.
Ooh. Convenient.
But yes, with that said, you are now done with the heist. You're now done with the scamming and the dealing with people from the Thieves Guild, and you're also done with this general environment here. So, what would you like to do as a party from here on out? I presume at this point you're either standing around waiting for the visage of this dwarf to disappear around the corner, or you are walking in the opposite direction.
Well,
Where can we see a pub from where we're standing?
we're heading back to a pub where we're
Oh yes,
staying.
of course.
We
We are staying in a pub, aren't we?
are.
Yes, you are. I believe you're staying in a pub called the Hog's Head.
That sounds familiar.
Sounds correct to me.
So on getting back there, would it be simple just for the sake of messing around with various checks, etc., to say once we get back to the pub, we can just go, everyone's got 2 grand in gold on top of what they have.
Sure. Though it is worth pointing out that when you get back to the pub and you open the room that Piper was staying in, there is a rather large pile of gold pieces just on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
How large are we talking about?
1,800 gold.
1,800 gold pieces just in a big pile on the floor.
Damn.
Yep. Pretty decent amount of cash right there.
Yep.
Just to check, Ginger, do you run your games that gold has weight?
I run my games as gold has weight, but only when you don't need to track it so long as you have some explanation as to how you don't need to track it. For example, if you manage to find yourselves a bag of holding, you could easily dump infinite amounts of gold into it, and I wouldn't ask you to keep track of it. However, if you don't have any magical means of transporting gold, then I would say you're gonna have to carry some big fucking sacks over your shoulder in order to carry that much cash around with you.
That sticks.
Is 2 grand in that realm?
In there.
Two grand is in the realm of, unless you distribute it evenly among your persons, you will be. You can't put that in a pocket.
So we need to buy a bag of holding or rent a vault space that we can then use that pen to just send money when we need it.
We don't have
In
that
effect,
pen.
yes.
I don't know how much one costs, but it might be affordable.
Could very well be. But having a bag of holding or a portable hold that allows you to carry all of your goods in would be another way of doing so. And I would say with the massive arcana roll that Bobby got earlier, he would be aware of the fact that such magical items are available for sale and typically have. They are one of those magical items that are, assuming you go to the right place, you tend to find them as a default supply.
Huh.
In terms of magical items, it's kind of like a tin of beans. You can
Fair
always
enough.
find a tin of beans.
All right, well, shall we go baked bean shopping then, guys?
Well, we've got Barry's Alchemists and the magic shop across the road from them that we've already been to. Might be a
Mhm.
good place to start. We do need to go to the bank in the morning as well to cash the check that I've got. And I need to go and throw a few coppers in the general direction of the Thieves Guild.
That is true.
Indeed.
So, party tonight, shopping tomorrow, and then on to glory.
Well, yeah.
So, your party was able to get 1,500 gold from the little tricksy doodle that
Yes.
Bobby pulled. And with a quarter of that going to the Thieves Guild, that would mean that you owe them 375.
Yes.
However, if memory serves, you gave them an initial investment of 210 gold pieces,
We did.
of which they agreed to give you half back.
Yes.
So that would be 105 gold pieces, meaning you need to hand over 270 to the Thieves Guild.
That is correct.
Now, that said, I think we should take a short break whilst you guys figure out what you're going to be doing next, figuring out what we're going to be doing with the rest of this session, and that'll give me opportunity to go grab a quick drink.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we say we'll pick up the session at the hour?
Sure.
Cool.
Right,
Um,
so
All right.
I shall be back in a few minutes.
I'm just going to say it outright. I think we are far better off going legit and earning money via performances than weird little shakedowns and cons at this point in time. Con
Kind of
was
seems
good.
like it.
Con
It
was
does
good,
seem that way.
but wow, and no disrespect, Coke, but you're shaking someone down for payment every day seems like loose change in comparison to 10
Oh, that had
grand.
nothing. That was never a money making method. That was just
Good.
revenge.
Fair enough.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Well, Bobby seems to have the talent at doing it. He's just bad at picking targets. Like maybe if he'd schmoozed a bit more, he would have found a better target.
Perhaps.
So don't completely throw out the bathwater,
No, absolutely.
because you could always bottle it and sell it.
I am not Bellevine. Whatever her name
Yes,
is.
but that's another
I'm
con.
pretty sure that was it.
There's a bell something, right?
Yeah.
I think he got it right.
Right. Now I'm just going to. Are you guys aware of the thievesguild.cc website?
Nope.
I'm going to put a link in.
Pretty sure you showed me it. It's like a database of items, isn't it?
It does randomly generated shops, but it's a good rule of thumb for ideally for DMs to sort of put together shops all over the place and and so on. But it's also a good idea for sort of going, I've got X amount of gold. How much roughly could I buy things with, and making an idea of what you might be able to spend your ill-gotten gains on.
Well, I assume the next thing we want to do once we've sorted all that out is to go back to the wizard and start doing our astral adventures.
Indeed.
So maybe we need to consider what we need for that.
Yes.
I mean, I'm thinking of maybe spending the money to get more of that rare metal, so I can have enough to make a full set of armor.
Fair enough. Maybe not a terrible idea. And did some cold peat. Second. But if we're going off adventuring in places where classic, essentially dungeon inverted commas crawling, and having combats and so on, we might need classic health potion, etc. type nonsense.
Might I suggest, instead of spending or handing out all of the money the charity made between us, if we take half each, that's still 1,000 gold each, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we keep the other 5,000 in a secure account with a registered bank and under the charity, which means that we've got a backup if we ever need to dip into it. And it also gives us a starting foundation if we need to, say, for example, book out a big place for a gig that's going to bring in even more money.
Well, casually walking around with 10 grand of gold pieces seems like a bad idea anyway.
Does casually walking around with 5,000 grand really seem that much better of an idea?
5,000 grand?
I mean, it sounds about double a better idea, to be honest.
5,000. Yeah, 5 grand would be well, it's a lot less to lose, but it's a lot.
About as tempting of a target, I would argue.
Yeah.
Well, a grand each means that we've got enough money to buy some nice things for ourselves. We can get ourselves some basic magic items. We can get some bags of holding, that sort of thing. And we've still got money to, I don't know, say for example we go into the next town and we we go into another town and we find ourselves needing to book out the amphitheatre or something. We can hire it for the day, get in even more punters and do a big gig, and bring in more money. It's a down payment or a backup fund, essentially. I mean, why spend everything all at once just because we can?
I agree.
Or it's a set of full plates if we need it, or suitable potion reserves, or whatever if we come up against something really nasty and find we need a bunch of money.
Right. I'm back, but we are on break for the next 10 minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to ask away.
Given we're on break, I have a funny story from my day at the fair today.
Can I just ask what flavour of pizza this is for me? Because that's weird.
Korean barbecue.
Okay.
But yeah, we had at the end of the fair a test your strength machine. You know the punching machines with the little punching bag that pops back up into the top of the machine.
Yeah, yes.
No.
It's like a well, we had a bunch of teenagers. They were active all night, right? And about 10 minutes before the end of the fair, this 22-year-old footballer was eyeing it up, looking to prove himself to his girlfriend and show off to her, and really trashed the score of these 15-year-olds who were like crowding around it. He punched it. Now it had padding on the bar at the top and on the ball itself, so that you can hurt yourself with it. He punched it in between the two pieces of padding and broke his wrist.
You know what? Those things, people break their wrists on those things all the time, and it's because they don't know how to punch, and they punch like little fairies. And they go, oh, and they hit, and they let their wrist twist with it, and that's it. They break their wrist.
So to prove himself, we were. He's gone up to a punching bag, lost a fight with it, and broken his wrist.
Well,
he's gone off to the hospital, and I was on the nearby ride that owned the punching bag. Looking through the CCTV with them, and we were in fits of laughter there because the guy who runs it, his girlfriend, pointed out he only got one light on the machine.
Of course he did. He imparted
all the
all his
energy
force into his wrist. Yeah.
we missed the target, right?
Thing is, what most people do on those is right. If you're not familiar with them, not
at all.
Right, okay. Do you know a classic boxing speedball, which is a little sort of small ball that hangs down off a thing, and boxers will sit there going.
Okay. I know. I can visualize what you're talking about.
Yeah, it looks a little like that, but instead of it hanging off a little sort of hook, it's on a metal beam, and you punch this ball, and it goes slam back into the machine. And anybody that isn't in any way, shape, or form properly trained, shall I say, in inverted commas, in how to punch, for a start, they aim to end their punch where the ball is. Yeah, so they immediately go whack with all their force, hit it, and it scores like 2 or 3 lights out of 10.
Right.
Anybody that knows how to punch knows that you punch to finish your fist movement behind where the ball is. At which point, anybody that's even remotely strong will hit it and actually knock the thing up, and they'll get 5 or 6 points. And I could teach Motch to get 5 or 6 points on it if she could hold her wrist right and get her form right.
Yeah, but could you teach Uzulu to not break his wrist on it?
I could try. The
There is another point about these things.
Go on.
They don't actually judge by the amount of energy that you impart onto it with your fist. Instead, what they do is they automatically retract once they have been pushed to a certain point. So the trick isn't to try and put as much force behind your punch as possible. It's to try and make your fist go as fast as possible, regardless of how much strength there is behind it.
I mean, the high speed and aiming to hit past the ball is essentially going to deliver the force. The other thing is obviously is to have your feet planted firmly and so on. Generally, to have good form, you don't actually need that much strength to knock those things straight through the top of the machine.
On that point, though, seeing like Trick doing like the odd practice punches around the house from time to time, and the kung fu movies that he sometimes puts on, and all those sorts of things, I'm even seeing some street fights in my time. I was watching these people going,
they hit like spastics
in slow motion.
Yeah, they hit like spastics.
What's happened? What's happened to today's street thug youth that they can't even throw a punch anymore?
Honestly, it is. Me at 50, I could go out. There's some I've seen what you're talking about, and I've got just gone. I could half kill 5 of these fuckers before they could lay a finger on me. Then again, you do still get. It has always kind of been that way. There's always been a bunch of people that think they is hard, and they really are not, because they've never actually been in an actual fight. And then there's 1 or 2 that actually go down to the boxing club and train, and they're hard as fucking nails. But they don't usually, act like thugs. Some do, but most don't. When people train to fight, they tend to go off the idea because, in training they learn what a broken nose feels like, and what it is to have their teeth knocked out. And they see someone with a broken wrist happen, or a broken arm, and they go, I don't need to prove myself, I've already done that.
Yeah, proper break, bone sticking out his wrist and everything.
Oh really? Oh lovely.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
That's the kind of
the other
break that
thing.
never gets better.
Yeah, they do,
They don't drink enough milk. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Also, not enough red meat.
that too.
I
That's
must
just-
admit, I do find the idea of a belligerent vegan to be quite entertaining.
I thought all vegans were belligerent.
most.
It's certainly most.
I've met a couple that are alright, but it's rare.
I've met
Hopefully
a
you're
couple,
all right. Don't show up to the vegan meeting tomorrow.
I've met a couple of vegetarians that aren't absolute psychopaths. Most are
Vegetarians aren't always unbearable. Just someone who's like, okay, I don't want to kill animals. All right, fair
Yeah.
enough.
But
I
most
used-
vegans insist on telling
You're
you they're
stealing
vegan.
their milk.
Well, yeah, it's the classic. How do you know someone's a vegan? They'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly. And then they'll
Yeah,
start
are
going,
you-
"Oh, I can't believe you're eating meat." No, they don't say that. They say you're eating flesh. That's what they say. They always use flesh rather than meat because they find it has some sort of effect.
Flesh and meat are different things.
I know they are, but they're fucking idiots. They're vegans.
Yeah, but no, but the vegans will antagonize you like, you're having cheese. Do you know that was supposed to feed their kid? Their kid obviously starved to death
that's
because
not what I've heard. You're eating milk, you're eating cheese. They say you know that's extracted using cruelty.
Yes.
Yeah, they say that one too.
There's another one that I find quite entertaining. That if you suggest eating dairy, they'll just say, "Milk is just filtered blood, don't you know?"
Never heard that one.
No,
Never
milk
heard
is a
that.
product of cow rape. They rape
That's-
the
that's-
cows
that's
continuously
it,
so
yeah,
that they
that's the one
produce
you get.
milk.
And
And you're just like-
slavery.
And you're just like, nobody's raping the cows, you fucking idiots.
Some of them, right?
And
won't eat,
I actually, in good faith, when someone I used to work with, like she became vegan, she argued this because I said that I can understand you not want to eat meat, but and not eggs, but what about milk? It's not an animal. And she was saying this is because the dairy farms in this country are cruel to the cows. And I was like, I actually went and looked into it. It's like
No, they're not.
you're talking rubbish, and here's the proof.
Also,
And it's like, oh,
also,
modern cows, if they are
Right.
not milked, it's extremely painful for them.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know whether you've heard whether you've seen some of the more extreme vegans out there, right? Get really salty about other vegans because they eat certain vegetables, and they say that and their vegetables that in order to grow, they involve putting a beehive on the back of a van and moving it every day to a different section of the field, and they say it exploits the bees, so the vegetables are cruel.
Marvelous.
Cool.
No,
You know what the best way to argue against that, Kiki? If the bees didn't like it, they'd fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
that's actually literally true. Anyone who knows anyone who's ever kept bees knows that if the bees decide they don't like the hive anymore, they literally will disappear in the night and you'll never see them again.
Oh, that was a vegan once told, which was trying to convince me that that there's a large amount of farmers' semen in milk. because
What?
they use the milking machine to pleasure themselves.
In Welsh bums.
I was going to say I've heard of that happening on like 2 occasions, and on both occasions
Two more than I've heard.
they had to be literally physically removed from the machine because it caused certain. They became
Are you
attached.
thinking
They
of-
became
of the
mechanically
blood
attached to the machine. Let's put it that way.
That's
Kind
of repulsive.
That's going to do damage to the blood vessels.
It's very 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 dangerous for the gentleman sausage to be inserted into a cow's milking machine. Yes.
Astonishing.
Yeah. Who knew?
Astonishing. That thing that's supposed to force milk out is a
Yeah.
bit rough.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. It's the sort of thing that it sort of, the local community hears about it. Everyone fucking laughs and makes a bit of an issue,
Oh,
and
damn
and then nobody ever does it again because that person basically gender swapped themselves by accident.
Lesson learned at a cultural level.
Yeah, exactly. Poor old Jeff, now known as Mary. His dick ripped off by a milking machine.
That sounds like it could be the plot to a horror movie. Like
Oh.
Final Destination.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
That would be something that they would do in one of those movies.
I mean, a Saw movie, a lot of them. Yeah, it wouldn't maybe not Saw, but yes, you're right. A Final Destination, although Final Destination is usually someone's traveling in some way before they get squished.
To be fair, I don't really consider Final Destination movies horror movies. I see them as comedies.
Oh, they are. They're fucking hilarious. It's Watch Death Get Salty didn't yeet a bunch of American teenagers, chase them down, and then yeet them in the most horrific ways possible. I mean, that's just funny.
Yeah, and the way they do it, it's like that you wouldn't think it would be funny, but it's the way they manage to just put it in front of you out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, I really. Which is the one where they start off in the NASCAR race. That's a funny one.
Oh god! That's the one where the guy dies at the bottom of the swimming pool in a very stupid way.
The guy gets sucked through the pump in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Another person gets someone gets yeeted by a wheel flying out from the NASCAR track from the crash, and is just standing there outside and just gets yeeted by a wheel.
Yeah, and she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And then her head explodes.
Yeah. I do enjoy those movies. They're funny.
I think the best one in that movie, not counting the end scene, is the mechanic.
And John's the mechanic. Remind me again.
So it looks like he's going to be crushed by a van that's brakes have given out and it's rolling out of the garage.
Yes.
But it's stopped before it gets there. But some compressed gas is set off instead, and that just crushes him up against a chain link fence.
Yes.
I mean, it does make me agree a bit because there's no way his skin would break the way they've done it, but but I can enjoy a stupid movie.
Oh yeah, no, Final Destinations movies are they're all pretty good. I found a bunch of them DVD at the local charity shop for like 50p each, and buying a whole bunch of them.
Oh damn! How many are there?
There's like 7, 8, maybe 9. I know there's Final Destination 7. Yeah, there's 8. There's Final Destination 7, and then the Final Destination where they just finally got bored of counting. I think. I think that's right. I'm just going to double check though. You're right. mean, they are a little bit. No, there's only 5. There's Final Destination, Final Destination 2, Final Destination 3, The Final Destination, and then Final Destination 5, because, you know.
Isn't Final Destination 5 a prequel, though?
No, I think that's The Final Destination. Oh, no. No, you're right, Final Destination 5 is the prequel. Because that's the bridge collapsing. The Final Destination is the racetrack. I thought there was more than that. Mind you, there are. It is very silly. Quite fun having Tony Todd lurking around in the background, being the morgue worker slash mortician slash whatever, going, oh, this, that, and the other, death. Once he's found the order, it must be respected. Weren't you, Candyman? Weren't you actually in good horror movies once?
Well, Mr. Ginger, shall we continue, or?
Yes, we probably should. I was just having a short conversation with somebody else that I play D&D with.
Ah.
So, while I was gone, did you come up with any ideas?
I mean, we need to settle our affairs with the Thieves Guild, right, Trig?
Yes.
I think we should be able to afford at least one bag of holding now. Probably multiple.
Depends how much a bag of holding is in Ginger's Guild, but yes.
A bag of holding isn't typically something that the average person gets to have access to. It's spatial magic, so I'd say about 800 would sound about fair.
Well, we can afford that, and that will mean we don't have to worry about lugging heavy chests full of gold.
Very true.
Yeah, sounds like a benefit.
And we could, at a pinch, shove a dwarf in there and save him for later.
Excuse me, what do you want to do to Cardgar?
I wasn't thinking Cardgar, I was thinking Coates' misfortune dwarf. We could just sort of stick him in there for 9.5 minutes and then pull him out again.
I have a question.
But I don't think he's got any more money for us.
It's not about the
I have
money.
a question.
It was never about the money. Literally. That's not even like a joke. It just never was about the money.
The bag of holding and on this extraplanar adventure, right? Bag of holding links to the astral plane, and when a bag of holding is placed inside itself, because there is a portal connected through a portal, it opens a rift, right?
Sorry, could you get on a better mic and say that again?
She's saying when you put a bag of holding in a bag of holding, you know what happens. It makes a rift because you're nesting, and I think the question she's leading up to is: do we really want to take bag of holding into an adventure on the astral plane? Is that where you?
Yeah.
Yeah, are we going to instantly kill ourselves the second we go into the astral plane if we've got one of these?
No. Bags of holding, they spawn their own pocket dimension. The reason why putting a bag of holding inside a bag of holding is a big no-no is because it's like trying to put a pocket dimension inside a pocket dimension. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, the astral dimension is not a pocket dimension. It's
I figure
similar,
that's where
though.
this would end.
Yeah.
When a bag of holding is working under conventional means, the items don't just get stored in the astral sea. They get stored in a pocket dimension. When you put two bags of holding inside of each other, it rips apart both pocket dimensions, and the items get dumped into the astral sea as a kind of default location.
Okay, perfect. Just double checking we weren't buying a suicide.
Yeah, don't worry. Bags of holding they're pretty safe, so long as you don't fuck them up.
So, I'm happy to spend 800, and then we can use it as a designated shared bag of holding, just for simplicity's sake, unless people all want to buy their own.
Any particular reason that we wouldn't want to share one?
I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to share one. And
accessibility, if I've gone somewhere and you need access to something.
Yeah, that's the
So,
most obvious
how
downside.
how much gold did we get each then with and
grand.
the thing combined?
we got 10 grand in total, which is 2 grand each. Not counting the take from the con. I reckon the take from the con goes towards a bag of holding. That way, everyone gets their 2 grand. That they could do with what they like. If you want to do the everyone sticks a grand of that into an account somewhere. I'm not massively opposed to that, but I don't know if there might be things you might want on. I think I do. Because most of my equipment is largely, fairly humdrum in terms of armor, equipment, etc. And if something comes along that's 1,250, I will be annoyed if I've only got a grand.
That's fair.
But
Yeah,
you'd have a grand.
I get the real life fiscal responsibility idea of putting away money that you don't directly have immediate access to, but as far as the D&D is concerned, I don't actually understand why we would intentionally do that.
And it's not a big issue if you've got a bag of holding.
I was going to say, because you'd have a grand, but there would be a 5 grand pot, and we could sit there and go, right, actually, that thing over there that's 3 grand, it's worth taking money out of the party pot for, because it's really going to benefit all of us if our tank has more AC.
We can do that anyway by just talking to each
We
other.
We can.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah.
I have a question, Ginger.
Hmm.
If I wanted, and I'm not saying necessarily this spell, but if I wanted an enchanted item that could say once a day summon Tensor's floating disc, what sort of price range would that be?
I assume recharging users.
Yeah, like limited use per day sort of thing.
Right. Probably something pretty cheap, like 150 to 200.
That cheap? Damn. We could load up on utility spells through enchanted items then.
Potentially.
Could do.
There is something that I do want to get, and I am putting my foot down. Bobby really wants to get himself a pet doggo. He can
A
ride.
riding doggo.
Yes. Yeah. We wanted mastiffs, didn't we? Riding mastiffs.
Riding mastiffs for the halflings would be a good idea.
I mean, we should be
could
able to
do
afford
that.
Shall we go doggo shopping then, guys?
Let's go get a couple of doggos.
I can't say that you're likely to find something along those lines in Varpak.
Varpak is a city that doesn't have dogs.
It doesn't have dogs
Amazing.
that 3-foot tall people can ride on.
I mean,
Are those more common than dogs normal people can ride on?
yeah, in D&D worlds, usually yes, they're you know.
I mean, strictly speaking, something as big as a golden retriever or a husky would be large enough for someone of 3 foot to ride on. Mastiff
I
is
know in
better because
it's.
it will have more endurance.
I mean, it's Ginger's setting at the end of the day, but I know in standard D&D, a riding mastiff is about as common as a horse.
Well, I suppose that depends if it's an area where there's a lot of halflings or similar sized people. But,
Which it isn't.
But there are dwarves there. Can dwarves
Yeah, I
not
thought
ride?
dwarves were a significant part.
Yeah.
Dwarves are too big. They're
Okay.
considered
Are they?
medium. They're considered medium-sized creatures.
Oh, I forgot
So
that.
are halflings.
No, they're not. Medium halflings are considered small.
Really?
Yeah, with like goblins.
What about
Really?
Okay? If no mastiffs, what about Saint Bernards?
Again, it's a city.
Yeah, it's a trading port. It's a
Like,
hub. Surely
you'd
there's
find
gonna be
you'd
something.
find dogs of a smaller size on a fairly regular basis. Things like Labradors and collies and things of that nature. You'd find plenty of that in Varpak.
Okay,
You wouldn't
Okay.
find massive, small horse-sized dogs, though.
I have a question, Ginger. Smaller dog combined with enlarged creature, magical item.
Yeah, you could do that. It'd cost a fair bit, but you could do that.
Jake, what do you reckon?
The obvious solution is to put a dog inside a bag of holding and then put that inside of another bag of holding.
Wouldn't that just put the dog in the astral sea?
And kill 2 bags of holding, yes. Oh yeah, that's something that is worth pointing out, by the way. When you put a bag of holding in a bag of holding, it destroys the 2 bags of holding. They no longer exist as viable items.
Figured that was implied
Yeah.
by the massive terror and explosion of realms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are there any other non-doggo creatures that halflings would be able to use that would be in Varpak?
Aim wolf.
Yeah. Or no. Not bears, but there's got to be something in the right size category.
Fuck yeah! I want a bear to ride. That's fucking metal as shit.
You know what? I'm gonna do an investigation to see if we can find tame bears for Trig. Anyone want to give me inspiration on this?
See, okay, let me explain. Varpak isn't the right kind of city for this because, well, basically Varpak is just a dwarven version of Oxford.
Wow, that explains nothing to me.
Well, wouldn't that mean there's lots of prototype experimental magic-y things going on?
Indeed there is, but there's not much in the way of rideable dogs and bears.
Okay, what about we go find some professor who's working on his proto cyber, no, not cyber, wrong setting, but robo dog, like some sort of clockwork doggo.
You could find things of that nature, but you'd have to gain access to the universities.
Which we have access to.
Specifically, you'd have to go to the Fire Eye and Concordat University, because that's the kind of place where they study those things. If that's what you want to do as a party, then sure, we can do that.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm genuinely curious in this, so yeah, I'll go along with it if Trig and Kiki want to go down this path.
You brought this on yourself.
Yep.
Ooh.
Well played.
Oh no.
Yep.
Sorry. Fine.
Well, shit.
Yeah. No doggos to ride. Fine.
Look,
Love that.
Ba-
Actually found
let
listings of
me-
masters in Oxford.
let me explain. Just about everywhere in the entire fucking continent, Varpak is basically the worst place to go for this. You'd be able to find a mastiff or something roughly equivalent in basically every other major settlement.
Except for Oxford.
So I was gonna say, it's this place like Oxford without the mastiffs.
Like, there isn't even that much in the way of horses here.
Oh, Trig, Shetland
Yes.
ponies.
I don't want a Shetland pony. Shetland pony can't, be a cute good boy and then rip someone to pieces for fucking with you.
True. Well, I've given the suggestion we could go find some professor who's got experimental. I don't even know what the right term is in this setting because it's not cyber. It's like clockwork, like magical clockwork doggos.
What you're probably looking for is something within the realm of an automaton.
Yes. What do you reckon, Trig? Would that do for you?
No, because that'd be massively
Automatons-
expensive. The Mastiff is normally literally a cheap dog that has, strength of 13, 14 dex, 12 con, 3 intelligence, which I think is harsh. And they've got a bite attack and so on. And they're usually
Re-enters the realm of semi-sentience, I believe.
Yeah, they're usually 25 gold. When we're talking about an automaton, I'm assuming Ginger's not going to let me have a robot dog for 25 gold.
Prototype, we pay for it by being the test subjects for it, and we have to report back at some point.
If you want a mastiff, I can guarantee you will be able to acquire a mastiff by going to the nearby city of Port Manly.
I guess we know where we're going next then.
Indeed.
How long does it take to go there? Like what's the journey time?
It's about 3 days travel. Out of all the major settlements in the continent, Varpak and Port Manly are the closest.
So
Yeah,
then it's
I'll
just a
bring you-
question of, do we astral sea adventure first or second?
I'll bring you to the world map so that you can see.
Oh, that'd be a good idea.
Port Manly is literally just to the south of Varpak.
I think my Roll20 might have frozen. It's still on the same screen.
Oh, maybe if I try this.
Ah, there we go.
Is that working for everybody else?
Yes.
Excellent.
Rumbling in. Slowed.
Would Port Manly have riding bears?
Probably. Can't guarantee it, but there's a chance. I would genuinely roll a dice and it wouldn't be terribly low.
Okay, I'm on board. Let's go. Go right now.
For a riding bear, your best chances are going to the are going to either Verdenfeld or possibly all the way up to Urugberg. The Dragonborn and the Orcs are the only ones crazy enough to try and ride bears.
And dwarves.
No, dwarves aren't really crazy enough to ride bears.
This dwarf is.
Fair.
Other characters don't count.
So,
Yeah.
if you want to travel south from Varpak towards Port Manly, you absolutely can do that. It's several days' journey, and you can cut that down. You can cut that down to literally just a single day of travel by hiring a carriage to speed up your rate of travel.
I mean, we can afford it.
What pulls the carriages?
Horses.
Interesting.
Horses, as a matter of fact, are the standard beast of burden. So,
Okay, guys, shall we?
if there are no objections, I will assume that you all agree to make your way to Port Manly.
We'll go and sort out
Oh yes, settle
cash
your affairs
and
first.
settle affairs and so on. Send a message to the university to say we'll be back in about 2 or 3 days. And yeah, if we can do it and do it quickly. Kiki, you still here with us? Has Kiki disappeared?
Kiki told me that she wanted to go to bed. She sent me a message saying, I'm going to bed. I'm pretty exhausted. Do you mind if I shop around between sessions on Thieves Guild and run the list by to yay or nay before next week? To which I said, no problem at all.
Okay.
Yep. So, when Bobby makes his way over to the same Thieves Guild area that he went to originally,
Mm-hmm.
he finds the same portly looking human creature there, looking quite happy to see Bobby. And he also sees the dwarf, the same one that was at the party.
I grin and say good morning to him.
He looks at you. He matches the grin with a. It's the kind of grin that you can tell is definitely all in the mouth and not in the eyes.
Yep.
And he says, "Morning. Good to see that you've turned up to pay your dues."
Oh, indeed. Indeed.
Now, if memory serves, the human here was called Mike.
Oh, his name was Jeff.
No, it wasn't Jeff. It was... I didn't think it was Mike, though.
Well, if you don't have any objections,
We'll
his
call
name
him
is now
Mike.
Mike.
Fine. Yeah, no problem.
So, Mike looks at you and he says, "So, I hear you've had a successful haul, not only in the money that you've earned as part of our little deal, but also as something that you managed to take advantage of without any need from us."
So it would seem. Things are pretty good. We're actually pretty decent bard band. I owe you some cash.
That you do. Go ahead and place it on the counter here, and I shall give it a good count. And if it turns out you've shortchanged us, we'll let you know, he says with a smile.
I whoop me wood on the counter. To quote, loads of money.
As this exchange is going on, by the way, Colin is just looking at you. He's staring. You notice that he's wearing the ring.
Uh-huh.
And Mike looks to be quite happy with how the exchange is going, and he says, "Right, well, do let us know if you want to run any other such ideas. We'll be perfectly happy to help with connections and things of that nature. Though, in the future, if you have a suspicion that we have a contact keeping an eye on you, don't set your friend on him. That was a bit rude."
A bit. Let me say one thing, Mike. One thing I really, really hate is obvious people. Yeah, he was standing there glaring at me. It was making it obvious. Yeah, honestly, A, unnerving. B, he'd have blown the gig. Quite frankly, unprofessional. If it wasn't for the fact that that very nice ring brings out the blue in his eyes, making him look a bit girly, and otherwise I'd be quite annoyed with him. To be honest, I don't like it when people blow my gig, and that man over there, unprofessional. But enough said. It all went smoothly.
I presume
We were all happy. Apart from him.
I presume you say this in
out loud.
earshot of Colin.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
absolutely trying to, tell him he looks like a big puffer in his ring.
When you're done,
Mm-hmm.
Mike and Colin look at each other,
Mm-hmm.
and then Colin looks at you and goes, "I like you."
You're not my type, mate.
Oh.
Calls him
I'll get
gay.
back
He
to
says
that one.
he likes you.
Right, you've made your cash, and you've paid off what you needed to,
Indeed.
and you've put up with me. Now fuck off.
I think I will. Seeing you around.
Mike gives you a friendly smile and a wave.
Awesome.
And the exchange is over as fast as that.
Excellent.
As you make your way out the shop, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Perception check. Character sheet gun again. A perception.
As you make your way out, you take a look inside the window of the shop, and as you do, you see the pair of them engaged in a quick conversation, and you get the impression from the looks on their faces that they are extremely pleased with how that all went.
Good.
With that said, if you want, we can go through the process of role-playing the act of your party getting together and finding a carriage, hiring it, and making your way out towards the city. Or alternatively, you can just say, 24 hours pass, hey, look, it's Port Manley in the distance.
Should we bag a holding before we do that, or not?
Can we get a bag of holding in Port Manley?
You probably can.
Seeing as it is a place rich with doggos. Awesome.
Roll me a history check, any of you.
Okay. History.
Okay.
This one.
Oh God knows his shit.
Apparently he
Well,
does.
it's a dwarven city, isn't it?
No, Port Manley's outside.
Ah.
Prior to leaving for Port Manly, Codgar is able to dig up the information from the recesses of his mind that the professor that you were going to be working with mentioned something about items that would be allotted to you on your expeditions. You suspect it might be worth checking with that before investing in a bag of holding for yourself.
We've got to send him a message to say we'll be back in 2 days.
I mean,
You
we're
don't
allowed
let-
to go visit him as long as we do it officially.
I would suggest we do that first then.
Who knows? Maybe some of this equipment is riding dogs.
Yep, precisely. Shall we pop
All
over
right, shall
to
we
the
go
uni?
visit?
Let's pop over to the uni.
Yeah, leave them another fancy couch.
Indeed.
Right, sorry about that. Cash just came in to talk to me for a moment. So, what is it that you're doing? I was distracted and wasn't able to hear.
We were going to go and pop to the university, have a quick word with the prof, and tell him we'll be back in a couple of days. We've just got to do a quick equipment collecting mission to Port Manly and back, and then we should be ready to charge off to the astral planes and do all manner of nonsense for him.
Righto. So, he's perfectly willing to wait. He admits to you that he has other teams that he can work with,
Good.
and when you make your way over to Port Manly, it doesn't take much for you to be able to get into the city. It's not like Varpak. It doesn't have that strict process of keeping track of everybody that goes in or out. Instead, it's a much more simple process of just there is a single path into the city. Into the city, and when that path arrives at the city, there are a variety of large doorways that you can which effectively you see the peninsula there where Port Manly is.
Yeah.
Where it narrows down to that pinch, that's where the actual city itself is located. And largely speaking, the city is divided into 4 parts. There is the northern residential region, which is considered to be like the quote-unquote entrance to the city. That's where most of the markets exist. That's where you can go if you are looking for general goods, for buying livestock, all kinds of various bits and pieces. That's where most of the business tends to be. To the east and the west, there are the east and west docks. Crossing across the central region of this city, there is a transportation network that allows goods taken from one side to be transported to the other. Something that you'll see is that whilst you're there, there are two broadly differing styles of ship, with the western side being predominantly human ships and the eastern side being predominantly dwarven ships. Port Manly itself being effectively the central hub of the Fire Iron Concordat. And then to the southern area, that's basically where all of the high-end districts are. The city extends to about halfway through that wider part of the peninsula, and largely speaking, that's a region that is considered to be highly affluent. But with that said, upon arrival, it does not take you long to be able to find your way over to to a kennels where they are indeed selling trained riding mastiffs. They are bred specifically for allowing people of reduced stature to train as cavaliers. And in the Stradivarian military, there are people of reduced stature, halflings, gnomes, others of that height, particularly short dwarves, are also occasionally act as that height category of cavalry mount, whereas standard cavalry would be riding horses.
Okay.
All right. Do they have bears?
When you ask if they have bears, you are given a strange look and then told,
No.
yes,
Yes. Oh.
but why do you want a bear?
Because it'll be metal as heck.
Can we train them to ride, to be ridden? Do they need to drink beer or
When
cigarettes?
you ask if the bears can be trained to be ridden, there is a look of white that comes across his face, and he looks at you as if to say, "What the fuck are you on?"
Vapors of the desert, you?
He doesn't seem to know what that is. And as the kennel master seemingly recomposes himself, he says, only the most insane individuals try to ride bears. You get the odd ranger who befriends bears. The dragonborn, they like to ride bears, but that's only because if they get uppity, they could teach the bear not to do that because they can breathe death. And then occasionally you'll find an orc who keeps them as pets. But even they don't ride them. Look, the only reason why we have bears is because they make for nice high-end meat. The nobles who live to the south, they buy them. Are you seriously wanting to buy a bear to try and train it?
I mean,
Well, why not? Could be fun.
He just kind of face palms for a moment and says, do you even have the expertise necessary to train any animal, let alone a bear?
oh no. I mean, I can probably manage a dog. Dogs are easy. You just sort of give them food and they like you. Give them occasional cuddles. Scritch behind
Well-
the ear. Throw them a stick. Etc.
Okay, let me just describe to you what you can expect from the dogs that you'd be buying from me. They are bred to do two things. First of all, be a mount for people of your size. Secondly, not run away when crazy bastards with magical powers start throwing bolts of lightning around the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
They won't fetch sticks. They won't be your friend. Not unless you want to ruin their training.
I mean, you might. An aside, I don't see how you would ruin their training by making them like you, and you know, sort of form a bond with them. You know, by giving them the occasional scratch behind the ear and feeding them the odd steak.
Look,
It's literally how it
it's
goes.
It's my responsibility as a kennel master to give you advice on how to train and treat your animal. If
Okay.
you want to ignore that advice, It's your animal.
Fair play.
So,
What have you got then? How many who have you got? What dogs have you got there then? What colours do they come in?
do you have a preference in colour?
Yes, but what's that have to do with the situation?
It doesn't.
Don't mind really. Not a massive fan of black dogs.
All right. So
But,
your preference is not black.
There goes the kennel.
Oh no, I've been
I'd say
cancelled.
You know, despite being only 13% of the dogs, they make 50% of the pound population.
sorry, the animal friendship spell. Yes, that would certainly help in taking a animal that would otherwise not want to listen to you and making it listen to you.
I have a question, Ginger. Are we due for a
Go
level
on.
up anytime soon?
I was planning to issue a level up at the end of this session.
I think I know what spell I'm going to take up my level up. So yes, I would like a riding bear, please.
Okay. And I will take a mastiff, and I'm sure Piper will also have a mastiff.
All right.
Two
I will
doggos
determine-
and a bear, please.
Is Kiki still awake?
Hold on. I will find out.
Does Coat and Motch want to purchase maybe horses?
It does seem like that's the kind of thing where it's only really useful to us if we all have one, so I guess probably
Yeah.
should be mounted.
And a horse seems like a slightly better idea for the tall ones.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a horse if you can come up with another alternative, like, I don't know, a donkey. What else could there be?
Are you asking me?
I guess. What's
Okay.
the most unusual thing?
The most unusual thing, the most out there thing that is being explicitly trained for the purposes of being ridden upon.
Yes.
That would be the wyverns.
Ooh.
Can they fly?
Wyvern. That's a lot of amount.
Wyverns are trained for use in the Stradivarian flying cavalry, and yes, they can be trained. But even with training, you can only ride them if you have proficiency in animal handling. And that being said, to buy a wyvern, you have to have explicit permission from the Stradivarian government if you want to privately own one.
I mean, it's not as if we have the ability to forge flawless documents.
Can I get a war goat?
Oh dear.
Goats can be purchased, but not for riding. They are considered self-mobile food stores. They are trained to take commands in the sense of sod off, you fucking goat, come this way.
Did you say a war goat? You could. I mean, they eat everything. You could just be sort of feeding it, tin cans and packs of cigarettes and stuff.
Yeah. Well, you can buy war goats, but they are literally just like, here, have this goat. It's an emergency ration. Don't get attached.
I suppose just a horse would make sense.
Horses are, again, they are something that can be bought. They don't have the necessary explicit permission from the government to buy them, but they do come in several varieties. War horses are the most expensive, but you could just buy and ride a simple draft horse.
Yeah, probably just something that'll keep up with the other animals. Would be fine.
Yep.
I don't want to tread on anyone's toes or anything, but this is not a bad page of animal equipment that is purchasable usually.
Oh, a goat is on there.
It is, but it is more of a foodstuff. It is not a.
You know, I had
Elephant's on there.
I had thought of elephant, but that seems a bit big.
They don't sell elephants here.
I
Go
was just
with ox.
Could have an ox. Ox like Mongo rides.
Looking through this,
Mm-hmm.
animals that have been trained to be ridden into battle. You get the warhorse.
Yep.
You get the mastiff.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yeah. Your draft horses and so on can't take battle. They tend to freak out and run off. But you can ride them around to transport you and stuff.
You can ride a draft horse, though typically they don't go very fast. They're more for hauling rather than riding.
Would it
Yes.
keep up with the things that the other people bought?
I mean,
Yeah.
the main reason that I've gone that I wanted a mastiff is that as a halfling I have actually much slower movement speed than anyone else.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
A mastiff I think has got a movement speed of 30. Let's check.
It should be higher.
Oh no, it's 40. Movement speed of 40. So I've gone from like 25 or 20 or to 40 by sitting on doggo. 25 normally, so I'm 5 foot.
Sorry, you said your mastiff has a 40 speed?
Yeah.
Yeah, draft horse has the same speed, so I'll just get one of those because I don't really
Cool.
need to be faster than you. So I was just checking
Of course.
earlier, so I wasn't clear as to did I get exactly 2,000 or did we resolve that? How much gold did I get?
We got exactly 2,000. I've also got the gold from the con thing that I did, which I was going to spend on a communal bag of holding kind of thing.
Yeah.
That is 1,200 change, so like 300 each from that, or whatever there is left after the bag of holding.
So yeah, I presume then that's 2 draft horses, 2 mastiffs, and the bear.
2 draft
The
horses,
bear.
2 mastiffs, and a bear.
What kind of bears do we have available here? Brown bear, black bear, polar bear.
Do not get a polar bear. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, the guy says the kennel master, he says that he only has access to black bears. That's the only one that they keep for sale. And again, this is an animal that is it's kept happy and it's kept fed on berries and sweet things for the purposes of effectively inducing bear diabetes, such that when it's butchered, its meat is especially sweet and succulent. This is a fat bear. It won't kill you, probably, but it's not good for riding.
All right, Ginger. Do they recommend going somewhere else to get a better bear, or is this the best option in front of me?
He can't make any other recommendations, not without going to what he describes as illicit goods dealers.
You could try to go to the Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, is there a Build-A-Bear in the town?
Or Bilderberg. Build-A-Bear. Oh no, that evil toy company that's hell bent on world domination.
Oy vey.
He also suggests that if you're lucky, you might be able to get a dragonborn to sell you a trained warbear. But that's
this
only if
town?
you're lucky. Not in this town, no. That's over in Verdenfeld. That's the next. That's the next city along the coast.
Well, so much for my pizza.
I'm not sure I can convince the party to go that far.
No, I imagine not.
It's fine. I will go with a black bear then. Black bear is big enough to be ridden.
Yeah, black bear is definitely large enough to be ridden. Though, unless it is under the influence of the animal friendship spell that you linked earlier, it's going to take a while before it will acquiesce to your demands to go in a specific and consistent direction.
Understood, but that spell should help get over that hurdle, I'm imagining.
Yeah,
So, it's
should
a level
do.
1 spell. It's not a cantrip. Oh Jesus. Okay, that's going to cost you a spell slot every day. Is it ritual?
Yeah, for
It's
a
not.
while until I befriend it.
Yes. I would
Mhm.
suggest in this particular case, the components are actually necessary.
Morsel of food.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, it'll need to be fed. Yes.
I love the fact that the animal friendship spell is give doggo treat. Doggo like now,
Yep.
essentially.
Now, what is worth bearing in mind is that this black bear, if you don't hurt it, it's quite happy to just kind of sit around and wander about at a very casual pace. It's surprisingly placid, but oh, it's fat. Let me find you an image of vaguely what you're looking at. There we go. Check D&D room.
Oh my god. Well, we'll just have to put him on an exercise regime.
I mean, as I say, this is not a threatening bear. The fact, if anything, he's quite cuddly. But he is somewhat resistant to the idea of being told to go in a specific direction for any reasonable period of time.
Okay.
By the way, I'm pretty sure that those pictures that I've just posted are pictures of a particular bear known as Hank the Tank.
Okay.
Well, the kennel master sells you the bear for 40 gold.
All right. I will take 40 gold off of my my savings.
As he sells it to you, he says, "Just to be clear, I don't want you complaining if it turns around and tries to eat you in the middle of the night. Speaking of, I recommend that if you can't feed it, you make it go away."
Understood. Do you have any bear saddles?
No.
That's just
He
disappointing.
looks at you as if you just asked the stupidest question in the world.
Ez is used to that look. As is
Yeah.
used to
So
go.
mean, Trig. I'm going to perform the creation and summon bear saddle and some nice dried meats for the bear.
Right, so you do two separate creations.
Yep.
All right, yep, that's fair. The bear quite happily chows down on the meat. It's a little bit skeptical at first, and when the kennel master sees that you're summoning meat out of thin air, he has a look on his face that suggests that at one point he would have been surprised by this, but then he met you.
Yes, well, new experiences and all that.
And when he sees that the bear is initially a little reluctant to eat the meat, he says, "Oh, yeah, he's been pretty much fed on a bread and sweet things diet, lots of berries and such. Yeah, as I say, that bear has been fed with the idea of it being butchered. It's fat, it's happy, and it's slow.
We'll work on that.
It's like Munin, but in bear form.
About who?
Just heard the Kiki in the background go, "He's not fat."
That was funny.
Oh, one of your cats.
Yeah.
No, it's all good.
So, you've all gotten mounts. The draft horses cost 50 gold apiece. So
I named
deduct
mine
that from your-
Horsemate.
That's fair. Speaking of, what are the names that you're giving to all of your mounts, assuming you decide to do so?
Oh, right. What color doggo did I get? Like a brown one. Kiki wanted a golden retriever looking one if possible.
Mastiffs are mastiffs.
Mastiff color. Right, groovy.
Yeah, you can get a blonde mastiff.
Yeah.
In fact, the kennel master does actually have a blonde mastiff.
Cool. I might call my dog Hooch.
I shall name the bear Ashenka.
I'm not totally settled on the dog's name yet.
I am settled on
These
Horsemate.
are the kinds of things that Kiki ends up getting.
That doesn't.
Yep. That's yeah. Kiki happy with? Going to call it Loaf.
I'm trying to find an ideal image of the one that Trig ends up getting. And I have just found a hilarious image. If you want, this can be the dog that Bobby gets. Would that work for you, Trig?
Well, but that's a black dog.
No, it isn't. Look at the back. It's brown.
Very close to something more like this.
I suppose if you want.
Big fluffy doggo.
And in terms of the horses that go to the tall members of the party, yeah, feel free to come up with suggestions as to what kind of horse it specifically is. I recommend doing a quick Google search of draft horse. Draft horses are big, they are strong, and they tend to have very wide hooves. For example, this is the most quintessential look of a draft horse.
I will have exactly that image.
Alrighty. Yep. You now all have mounts.
Yay.
And
Cool.
I would say
I shall call him
I would
Tank.
say
Hmm?
I would yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Into a portion on your character sheet the name of the animal and the specific variety of animal that you get.
Where would that go?
Take a look in the bio section on your character sheet.
So what? Allies?
Yeah, probably. That fits. So, arriving back in Valpark another 24 hours later, you arrive at the university district with your mounts in tow, presumably. The horses are the horses, and especially the bear, wouldn't be allowed into the university district. Instead, there would be an allotted kennel space, or stable, I suppose, would be more appropriate for these particular creatures. The bear isn't allowed in the stable. In
case
fact,
eats the horses.
the guards tell you that you're lucky that you haven't been.
Hang on.
Oh.
Beforehand, we have illusion magic, yes?
Yeah.
Can we use illusion magic to disguise the bear as a horse?
Hold on, right? Does the bear walk on its back feet upright?
I mean,
No.
it can.
Most bears can. This one can't.
I'm gonna say, because if it could, we could put a top
It
hat
needs
on
some
it.
exercise.
We could put a top hat on it and a waistcoat. Give it a pipe.
Are you suggesting we recreate the famous story of Sir Barrington?
Have it teach you to walk with a cane.
Jesus Christ! It doesn't have thumbs.
I think he could hold a cane and a pipe.
With both of its paws at the same time, it could hold one or the other.
Hold on. No, there was a famous artillery bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it carried shells.
It carried shells for the artillery.
With both paws
this one isn't fat.
simultaneously.
Wojtek, I think it was.
Yes.
I learned that from Hearts of Iron.
Oh, how much was a seat for the dog? Did they have those? Or do we
Saddle.
need to get the saddle? Thank you. That's the word.
Yeah. The saddles for the dogs and the horses would both be the same price, which absolutely a rip-off for the dogs, but that's the deal that you're given.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 20 gold pieces per saddle.
Okay. Makes sense. So Kiki needs to knock 45 gold off her.
Mm-hmm. Wait, 45?
Yeah, it was 25 for the dog, isn't it?
Is that what that said?
I don't know. I can't remember. I just saw the price
Yes.
in the shop.
It says 25 on there for the normal cost.
Mm-hmm.
Make it 50. 50 for both the dog and the saddle.
Okay, 50 all on. Okay, fine.
Got to factor in the fact that this thing has been trained, you see.
Ah, right.
Right. I would say that this is roughly where we should wrap up today's session.
All right.
We will have the next session commence with you guys starting off your adventures as a team of plane walkers and explorers under the
Fancy.
guidance of a particularly irritating and irritated elven mage by the name of Lysander.
Lysander, I never met her.
I believe you made that joke last time I mentioned his name too.
You're welcome.
So,
Cool.
I believe that sets your characters to level 3, I think?
4.
4. Ooh.
Yes.
So,
Cool.
if anybody needs help leveling up their character, do let me know. Otherwise, that is where we end today's session. You've
Brilliant.
made off with a considerable amount of money and a level up. You have acquired some magical McGubbins, including, and I recommend that you add this to your sheet, assuming you haven't already, Trig, the anti-lantern.
Yes, I have. I haven't put a description into it, in for it. But probably should
Might be a
do
good
that.
idea.
Yeah.
Regarding its effects, by the way, if you look up what a torch does, it gives you 20 feet of bright light and then 20 feet of dim light. The the anti-lantern is literally the exact same thing. It's considered to be a hooded lantern,
Right.
if you are familiar with such a thing.
I am.
The hooded lantern has the ability to close off most of its light-producing area in order to produce a narrow cone of light. In the case of the anti-lantern, it's able to project a narrow cone of darkness. And as opposed to extinguishing non-magical sources of light, it suppresses non-magical sources of light. If you project a narrow cone of darkness over a candle, if that candle were to normally produce 10 feet of bright light, the candle would not produce any bright light just because you have you have temporarily snuffed it out through the use of the anti-lantern.
Cool.
Okay. So in the middle of daylight, I switch this thing on, and it does create a black around me. Is that right or not? Or just switches off lights?
It would create a 20-foot sphere of just object blackness. And then 20 feet around that, if it were normally bright, properly illuminated daylight, inside that extra 20-foot aura, it would be reduced to dim light. And any sources of light within either the inner or the outer radius would be suppressed. So if you wanted to freak a bunch of people out, you could walk down the street with this thing active and just have a great black void. But you'd probably get arrested pretty quick for disturbing the peace doing that.
Yep. More useful as it's very, very similar to the darkness spell.
It is very similar to the darkness spell by design.
Which is quite the chunky spell.
What is worth pointing out is that whereas the darkness spell can extinguish magical sources of light, this doesn't. If somebody was to use, for example, the light cantrip, that would still be able to shine despite being surrounded by the orb of darkness from the anti-lantern.
Now, not that I have it, but would something with, say, dark vision be able to see through this?
Somebody with dark vision would be able to see through the outer radius, but from the inner radius, no.
Hmm. Handy.
The only form of dark vision that can see through the inner radius of the anti-lantern is a special form of dark vision that I believe only warlocks have the ability to get, called Devil's Sight.
And
Ooh.
if I wanted to use this, would it take an action, a bonus action, or am I free to use it anytime I like during a combat turn?
It's the same as the Hooded Lantern, so I believe that's an action to light it or extinguish it. The Hooded Lantern is a specific D&D item, by the way.
Let's have a look. Yes, I know. Hooded Lantern. Once lit, it burns for 6 hours on a flask of oil. As an action, you can lower the hood, reducing the light. So yeah, you're right. It's an action to illuminate or to dim. With it, the reverse. That's not a problem. That's quite useful.
Oh,
makes it.
something that is worth pointing out: this doesn't need fuel; it just keeps going.
Yep. But it's the as an action you can lower or raise the hood. So
Yeah.
As an action, I can suddenly go, lol, no one can see shit. Handy if you're being surrounded. And about
Do
to be
you know
attacked.
what happens? Do you know what happens if no one can see anyone in a given melee?
Well, everyone's at disadvantage.
Incorrect.
No?
If a target cannot see the person attacking it, it imposes disadvantage on the person being attacked.
Okay.
However, if the person attacking cannot see their target, it imposes disadvantage on the person doing the attacking. So the advantage and the disadvantage imparted to the attacker and the receiver effectively cancel out, meaning under any circumstances, if everybody in a given melee cannot see their target, it doesn't matter what's happening. No advantage or disadvantage can ever be gained.
Yes, but on say if I'm there's a guy in front of me, and as my action, I make everything dark, and then run backwards. I'm not trying to get. Yeah.
Attacks of opportunity require line of sight.
So yeah, I can get away in that case.
Yep.
Now, does this thing look particularly sturdy, or does it look like it might get broken very easily if I dropped it on the ground, or dragged it behind me on a piece of string?
It looks like it's made of some kind of dark metal, perhaps some highly corroded bronze or brass.
Okay.
It also looks like it's taken a pretty hefty beating.
Right. In that case, what I want to do is I want to at some point gain. I think I might have some rope, but basically tie about 20 foot of rope around it as and onto it. So if need be, I can drop it and run off carrying the rope and leave it in place, and then drag it behind me if I needed to, or retrieve it.
Give me a Arcana check there.
Arcana check. $17.
With that, you would know that it's typically the case with almost all magic items that during the enchanting process, the first step of the enchanting process is to apply strengthening enchantments to the item. If such enchantments had been applied to your lantern, that would make it so that even if you were to hit this thing with a sledgehammer, you typically wouldn't break it. You'd just maybe put a small dent into it.
Groovy.
With that realization, you've just come to the a possible conclusion as to how this thing received so many dents over the course of its lifetime. You suspect that at some point this thing may have been used and then abused by people who didn't appreciate it existing.
Or people tripping over it and kicking it. Knocking it flying because they couldn't see it because everything was dark. Yeah. Groovy. Okay.
Mass produced, these just start laying them out in the middle of nowhere. There's just balls of darkness, terrifying people.
It does. This has got some serious potential for some nonsense. At another time, I will be working on ways of remotely lowering and raising the hood on it. Perhaps with a piece of string
Fishing rod.
attached to something, so that I can.
I recommend Mage Hand.
Mage Hand might do it.
I was literally about to say that.
Mage Hand might do it quite nicely, yeah.
In fact, I believe Mage Hand could be used to carry the lantern.
Ooh.
I don't imagine it goes beyond the 1 pound weight of a Mage Hand.
That could be very, very handy. Okay. I'm just going to make a note of that on that.
You could also have an unseen servant.
Yeah, we don't have any of those.
Yeah. You should tell Kiki about that. I bet she could come up with all kinds of shenanigans to use an anti-lantern being wielded by an unseen servant.
Yep. That's pretty powerful little toy we've got there.
Yeah. And you only spent 1.1k gold on it.
Yes, sort of. Yes.
The poor guy. You know, he has illusions of grandeur at this point, thinking, "Oh, I'm going to show my dad up. I'm going to get my own brewing business going, and then I'll be able to set up rival businesses. That'll show that I deserve to be the true heir to the family business."
It's his allowance from his dad. I took his pocket money.
Yeah, pretty much.
And not even all of it.
Yeah, exactly.
He was probably the least wealthy person at that party, by the way.
Fair enough. Yeah, makes sense.
But is that because he met a lot of people like Trig?
I mean,
Maybe.
Oh, like if you'd gotten to him early in the night, you would have gotten 10 grand. All the other guys got to him first. This guy basically owns half of Stradivania at this point.
hmm.
Is a pond that's already been overfished.
Indeed. It worked.
I don't know about you guys, but I have a war bear in the making.
You have a yes.
That you do.
Horse mate.
You know that bit where Rocky's running up the staircase in the
Nope.
montage.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's in my mind for this bear's future.
I'm gonna stop the stream at this point. Sorry, I should have done that earlier.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Uh,
Good night, everybody.